Brian, can you, now that you're a co-host, can you bring in attendees? Or do I have to do that? Okay, I can let him do it then.
All right, Jim, can I begin?
I believe so.
Get the-
Check with Mike
Yeah,
once
just-
you come up on the square there.
So the public sees whatever's gonna be in the blue square?
I think they're gonna see the whole thing. Unless we can do like speaker view. Is that thing?
Okay, let's begin. I'd like to call the regular school committee meeting to order. Today is October 18th, 2020, and we are starting the meeting at 7:07 p.m. Pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law issued, the August 18th, 2020 meeting of the PB School Committee is being held at the library at the Higgins Middle School. For all school committee members, Superintendent Vidala, Assistant Superintendent Lord, we also have our business manager, Joe Scanlon, here. We have members of PAT and our technical staff, a total of about 15 people here at the library. In accordance with the governor's order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this regular meeting of the PB School Committee will not allow in-person attendance of members of the public, but every effort will be made for the public to adequately access the meeting in real time via technological means. Alternative public access to this meeting shall be provided in the following manner. We are being broadcast live on television, PBD Access TV. We have real-time public participation, which can be addressed to the PBD School Committee utilizing Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. This application will allow users to view the meeting and make a comment during public participation. We have some important matters to discuss today. I anticipate that we will have a large number of people watching and wanting to participate. So please go to the website, go to PAT, and if you raise your hand, we'll make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak during public participation. What I would like to do before we go to the agenda, what I would like to propose, if there's no objections, I'd like to take care of a couple of the preliminary matters. We're going to go to Dr. Vidala's superintendent report. There's going to be open enrollment and then reopening plans. A, updates to the final plan. B, process for making decisions about learning models. And C, facilities and operations. I'd like to break at that point, go to public participation to allow the public to be heard on these important matters. Then it would come back to us for discussion, questions, and ultimately a vote if we are prepared and ready to vote. But I'd like the public to be heard on these important matters before we take it up as a committee and certainly before any vote is taken. So if that's okay, we'll proceed with that plan. Why don't we start the meeting with a call to order. If everybody could please stand for a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Why don't we go now to the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Approval of minutes. We do have regular school committee meeting minutes from our last meeting, August 4th, 2020. I'd like to open that up to the committee.
Motion to approve regular school committee meeting minutes of August 4th, 2020.
Second.
Great, thank you. You've heard the motion for approval of the August 4th, 2020 regular school committee meeting minutes. The motion was made by Mrs. Carpenter, seconded by Mrs. Dunn. Could we have a roll call vote? Our Leanna Harris is here taking minutes of all the meeting activity. Leanna, could you please do a roll call on this motion?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I have an amendment.
Oh, on the motion, Mrs. Dunn.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask for an addition into the minutes. This would be on page 7 in our packet. It's just above budget updates. I'd just like it noted that Mrs. Dunn explained that it was difficult to make these decisions when we were remote and we were discussing going back into school. I'd just like to make sure that that's in the minutes.
We okay with that addition?
No objection.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Dunn. So we have the motion in front of us. Leanna, could you please do roll call?
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. Next is approval of bills. Mrs. Carpenter?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant 4554 in the amount of $1,056 dated August 18th, 2020, subject to audit.
Second.
Ms. Carpenter,
I'm sorry,
how much was that?
1,056. Can you not hear me?
No, I could.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I know it's.
I was surprised. I was going to ask for this to be taken up later because we haven't seen the warrant.
Oh, do you
What?
not have this?
No, but if it's only $1,000.
There's more.
Okay.
No, do you want? Did no one get the warrant?
I got that.
I received it.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have a chance to look at it if I did receive it. But
Do you want to look, you can look, do you want to look at mine?
Are you-
I have the list, I can keep making motions after.
Okay. We'll just take a moment. Was a second, Mr. Olympio?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm good on the first one, Mayor.
Okay, so the first motion is to approve said warrant. Motion was made by Mrs. Carpenter, seconded by Mr. Olympio. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Okay, we can go to the next warrant, Mrs. Carpenter. Give Mr. Hockman a moment.
You good for the next one?
Yeah, I do have a question, but if you want to make the motion.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant number 4555 dated August 18th, 2020, in the amount of $41,242.93.
Second.
Further motion by Mrs. Carpenter for approval of warrant number 4555, seconded by Mr. Olympio. On the motion, Mr. Hockman?
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Scanlon. I see a line here in the warrant for Revere Public Schools. Can you just give me the backup on that?
Mr. Hochman, I could probably answer through the chair, Mr. Scanlon. Did you get the question, Mr. Scanlon? Sorry, through the chair. I did ask the same question.
Yeah, either one. If you can give me an explanation, that's fine, Ms. Carpenter.
I want to phrase it properly so that I don't give away. It was a student that was here, and Revere Public Schools continued to pay, and they no longer needed services after January 30th. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. It was a student in the community school. It was a tuition payment. It was a refunded tuition payment.
Tuition adjustment for a student that we
Correct.
Yeah.
serviced that lived in Revere.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. On the motion, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant 4556 dated August 18th, 2020, in the amount of $96,840.25, subject to audit.
Second.
What was the number of that warrant again, Mrs. Carpenter?
4556.
Okay. You've heard the motion by Mrs. Carpenter for approval of warrant 4556. It was seconded by Mr. Olympio. Roll call vote, please, on the motion.
Yes.
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 Present.
I'd like to make a motion to approve warrant 4557 dated August 18th, 2020, the amount of $183,740.88, subject to audit.
Second.
Okay, thank you. You've heard the motion by Mrs. Carpenter for approval of warrant 4557, seconded by Mr. Olympio. On the motion, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Present.
That is all. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mrs. Carpenter. We will go now to continued business. We have a couple of items. Mrs. Dunn, I'll turn it over to you. There is our item, the fiscal year 2020 budget update. Anything to report on that item?
It's actually a chance for Dr. Vidal or Mr. Scanlon to bring anything from FY20, but I think we were
We
all done.
continue to work with the city. I know Mike Gingras is working to close out FY20. I think we're pretty close to everything that we've given to the city, and he'll have an update for us. I believe the last payments for the end of the summer payments for fiscal 20, the payments for staff, will go out
Mhm.
from fiscal 20, and that'll be the last payment through August.
Yeah.
I think that's all we have.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All right.
Great, thank you. The other item under continued business is the Welch School MSBA project update. Mrs. Dunn, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as an update, the Welch School Building Committee met last week. Everyone on the committee was able to meet with our new design team, the Danisco Design. It was an interesting meeting because they showed the presentation to the full committee of what they had presented at the MSBA interview process. And it had a lot of very, very great ideas that they already have about the school. We were involved in making plans going forward as far as communication, setting up various subcommittees for the committee, such as the Safety and Health Subcommittee, the Technology Committee, the Education Subcommittee. So it was a really productive meeting. And then that afternoon, there was a small meeting on site. And just so everyone knows that Danisco Design and Doran Whittier have already begun with a lot of the work to prepare the feasibility study for this project. They jumped right in that day. They've got architects on site, they have engineers on site, people in the neighborhood actually might see some people out around the schools taking some measurements and test borings and things like that. So we're moving right along.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dunn.
Okay.
Why don't we go now to next superintendent's report. Dr. Vidala, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item was open enrollment. There were some questions at the last meeting around open enrollment. So I just prepared a little PowerPoint. This is the open enrollment policy. So we have the open enrollment policy from the school committee, and it is that parents may request that the superintendent of schools approve a transfer from a home school to another school in the district, and it is subject to a July 1st deadline. The request is subject to the discretion of the superintendent, and that the parents need to provide transportation, and subjects are limited to if there is space. The applications that go out, the top of the application notes that it's only for students in K through 5, permission is only granted if sufficient room is available, transportation must be provided, and once the move is granted, it is only granted for 1 year, and they must reapply each year. So the process that we did this year, we had 226 total requests in grades 1 through 5. We are holding off on the kindergarten ones until the enrollment is sufficient, and those letters will be going out this week. But overall, we did individual meetings with the principals to review the requests individually, and we went through every single one with each principal to really understand what the requests were, if they were students who were currently enrolled and requesting to attend, or if they were students who were a new request. Consideration was given to students in the 4th and 5th grade who had done the majority of their elementary career in one site and wanted to stay there. We also give consideration to children of faculty members and siblings of students who are already enrolled in the school. So overall, the students in 4th and 5th grade that were denied were new requests, and the numbers did not support it. So overall, we had 206 approved and 20 that were denied. So 90% of open enrollment requests were granted this year, and the ones that we did, given the situation that we are looking to balance class size across the district and ensure that we have sufficient numbers of students in each building, and we're limiting that class size due to the situation with the pandemic. We want to make sure that we're balancing that class size, and we wouldn't want someone from a homeschool district to request out of their neighborhood that would increase the class size. So overall, it seemed like 2nd grade there was a bit of a bubble, so we did have to deny a number there. But that's where we were with open enrollment. 90% of the requests were granted. So, any questions on that? Yes, Mr. Hockman?
Thank you, Dr. Vidala. I did receive several phone calls from people, I think primarily in the McCarthy School District. Was that an area
Yes.
that was difficult to accommodate?
Yes. For some reason, there was a bubble at the McCarthy. There were 50 students for 2 classes, and so their class size was 25, and the requests were coming from buildings of class sizes of 20. So we looked at the 2nd graders and asked them to go back to their home school, their neighborhood school district. As a result, 6 students were moved out of that, creating class size of 22 for the McCarthy and still keeping it at 20 or less in the sending schools. Since we made those decisions, 2 more students have enrolled, and now the class size is 23 at the McCarthy. So those decisions were ones that we did have to stick by.
Through the mayor to you, I certainly respect your position on this subject, and it's a difficult subject to deal with in normal conditions. But with the pandemic, is there an opportunity, once we realize how many students elect to go remote, to perhaps revisit some of the denials of open enrollment?
At this time, I would prefer that students stayed, just for consistency for this year, that, we're unsure of what exactly this year will look like. So I think the decisions should be final at this time for the 1 calendar year, and we can revisit next year. I would hate to see people, yo-yoing back and forth between buildings, and I think these decisions were made. The numbers are still high at the McCarthy School. I'd like to stand by the decisions that we made and hold on to them for 1 year, and then we can revisit it at next year's.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's not any further questions,
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. Mrs. Dunn, you have some questions as well?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Vidala, thank you. That is a really tough issue every year on where you're going to be able to place the students. And actually, in light of the fact that you've already had 2 students come into the McCarthy, I think that your decision was a good one. And I think you're correct in just staying the course and just going with what we have, because I think that would be very disruptive if we started moving people back and forth, closer to the beginning of school. I just want to support you. I think you did a good job with this, and we know it is very tough.
thank you, Mrs. Dunn. And we know that it's hard for any kid.
It
And
is.
I've met with several families, and I'll continue to meet with people. We want to work with families. We want to make sure that the students have the opportunity to get the best experience that they can. And all of our schools are wonderful. And we really want to make sure that we're embracing all of our schools. We're supporting our families and supporting the kids and making sure that they have a really good experience. And so, I think going to school in your neighborhood school is a positive thing at times, and we do want to work with all the families. And I'll continue to meet with people and listen to their concerns and try to work with them as best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Any other questions for Dr. Vidala on the open enrollment item? Okay. We'll now go to reopening plans. Turn it back to you, Dr. Vidala.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, as we look to return to learning 2020, I just want to take a minute and just acknowledge that this is an incredibly complex decision, and there's a lot of moving parts, and I think everybody I've talked to has the same feeling, that they're conflicted. They want to bring students back, they're worried about bringing students back, and as a parent and as an educator, I'm feeling both sides. I'm feeling extremely conflicted, and I think that the plan that I presented on August 4th was a plan that had some options, and I think that, you know, in order to meet the needs of all of our students, we cannot have a one-size-fits-all. And I did mention that in the last meeting. And we put out a plan that was a preliminary plan, and then after we presented it, we had some time for open comment, and we wanted to get as much feedback. We had over 1,100 responses to our feedback, and it was an open-ended question, so it wasn't some statistics that I could just look at a couple graphs. We read every single comment, we took them to heart, we brought them to our teachers, and we brought them to our administrators. And I just want to acknowledge the work that the teachers have done. They're really working with us to try to make as many options as we can for people, and to do the right thing, and to make as many good decisions as we can based on the information that we have in front of us. So based on some of the feedback that we got, we did make some adjustments to the plan, and I just want to review them, and then we'll open it up. So one thing in the initial plan was that students in grades 2 through 12 were required to wear masks, and we were encouraging kindergarten and pre-K to wear masks in grade 1. And based on all the feedback we got, people feel a lot more comfortable if all students would be required to wear masks. I endorse that. We talked to the public health department and the reopening task force. They endorsed that as well, so that is in the new plan. And we are continuing currently with our recommendation for a hybrid model with a remote option. And that allows people to have the opportunity to come into school under the hybrid model, or to opt out and to go fully remote. So some of the adjustments that we made based on the feedback that we got was that pre-K and kindergarten students, within the current setup of classrooms with the social distancing and the requirement to be at desks and not being able to group students and allow them to play, that the full day would just not be developmentally appropriate based on the professionals that we had talked to. And so they're proposing to attend school for 4 half days with an AM and a PM, and Wednesday would be fully remote. And allowing us to have Wednesday fully remote for all students would really give us a chance to provide them with an opportunity to practice the remote opportunities, and to then see the kids again in school the next day or the day after that, and work out all the kinks, so that if we do see a spike, we would be able to do a much better job in a fully remote model. Students in grades 1 through 8, we're proposing to have at least 2 days of in-person with the AB cohort model. That continues to be consistent with what we had, and we found that the first grade through the 8th grade, it's much easier to put students in cohorts and to allow them to have minimize the number of people that they interact with while they're in the school building. And we'll be limiting most of our class size to 12 or less. And that way, students will be grouped. At the middle school level, we currently have students in clusters, and so they're able to, again, minimize that interaction across clusters and keep the kids together. And so their cohort would be sizes of 48, so four classes of 12, and they would be able to rotate through those classes. So we felt pretty comfortable with the cohort model for pre-K all the way through 8. The challenge really came when we were looking at the high school, and with a large comprehensive high school that we have, with over 1,500 students, it became very challenging to minimize the cohort model at the high school. And several high schools our size are starting off in a fully remote model, and what we want to do is adjust that just a little bit to bring selected populations in. But creating cohorts with the number of electives that students have and the number of advanced courses that we offer, and we really offer some great elective courses that kids can really design their classes, 7 periods of 45 minutes, to really create different pathways for their college and career. And by trying to bring them into the building, we wouldn't be able to offer all of the classes because we would need to put them in a cohort, and we felt like it wouldn't be fair to the students. So we're recommending that primarily the high school would start off as a remote model so that they could really get an in-depth look. And Mr. Magno and his team have really worked closely with the teachers to provide really in-depth instruction, and the remote instruction will look very different this year. And we're really working with the teachers and providing the professional development when we return to school to take attendance every day, to give students rich, authentic experiences, and provide them with feedback, and the grading will continue to be consistent. One other thing that came out recently was the idea of the risk factor map that the governor and the Department of Education have put out. And so this has 4 colors. They are recommending that it's based on the average of daily cases. If it is greater than 100, the community is considered red or a high-risk community, and they're recommending a fully remote model. If the community is yellow, and the average cases, daily cases are between 4 and 8, we're looking at a hybrid model or remote for the extenuating circumstances. And if it's a green, 4 cases or less, they're recommending that you either go full or remote, and unshaded or white communities would be fewer than 5 total cases. So overall, on August 12th, last week, Peabody's down here at the bottom, we were at 6.7, so we're fully in the yellow range. The latest data that has come out, I know it's a little bit small, but we can see the far right, the trend that was going from the summer, from July 5th through August 8th, was starting to go up, and we were at 6.3, well within the yellow range. And the estimates that we have for August 2nd to August 15th is that we'll see a little bit of a decrease, and the numbers are either plateauing or going down a little bit. So when the numbers are released tomorrow, that we would be solidly within the yellow range. And so part of the proposal that we have in and this would be subject to obviously the committee, but we would be looking at developing a process for the implementation of our learning models. And I would recommend that the Department of Public Health, the mayor, the superintendent's office, and our union leadership meets every Wednesday to review the data. The decisions will all be based on this data. And we know that we might need to pivot from one model to another during the school year. And I would recommend that if we are in the yellow, which we are currently in, that we would be recommending a hybrid model and continuing with that remote option for people that don't feel comfortable. And Wednesday is our remote day, so that allows us an opportunity to see that the data is released and to make the good decisions and to be able to inform people if we do change. I would say that a recommendation would be if our community turns to red and we see an increase, that we should pivot and be on the safe side and stay in a remote model if the data warrants that. The final thing that I would recommend is that if we do want to move back from red to yellow, from a remote situation to a hybrid situation, that we would need to maintain that yellow standing for 2 consecutive weeks or 14 days. Or if we're currently at the yellow stage, if we were to be able to see a decrease in our numbers and we would move to green, and if we were able to move to green for 2 consecutive weeks, I would be recommending bringing more students back and really use the data to make these informed decisions so that all of our stakeholders, our teachers, our families, and our staff, they all know exactly what to expect, and we're not just flipping from one method to another from week to week, but we have a thoughtful process. We did mention this at the task force meeting. Sharon Cameron endorsed this plan. She felt like 14 days was a good period. We don't want to jump in and out from one plan to the next. So this was part of the implementation. One of the last things that I do want to talk about is there's been a lot of concerns about our facilities and our operations, especially around ventilation and air quality. So we have been working, Jim Hafey, the Director of Facilities, has done an amazing job really making sure that all of our facilities are up to date. We've done building walkthroughs with the facilities director, our union representation, and our principals, and we're going through every single building and making sure that all of the univents work and making sure that we have updated filters and everything. And yesterday, on August 17th, we brought in an independent contractor to do indoor air quality assessments in all of our buildings, and we'll have those reports available and we'll post them. Another thing that people talked about was ventilation, and that's what this graph really shows. And so we looked into the recommended number of air changes per hour in each of our classroom spaces. And so Atlantic Environmental Incorporated wants at least 6. So basically, the way a univent works is there's an outside filter on the outside of the building, and it pulls in fresh air that goes through a filter and comes out the fan of the univent. At times it can heat it during the winter months. There's a heating coil in there, but it goes through, it's fresh air that becomes filtered, and it goes into the classroom. On the other side of the classroom is a return vent, and that vent pulls that air out and then circulates it out and releases it off of a unit on the roof. And so what we're seeing is that the minimum number would be 6, and that would be 10 air exchanges per hour that we would have in our classroom spaces. And you'll notice that all of our schools are well above 6. Some of the schools at the South Elementary are double size, so they're a little bit bigger, and so that's what brought the number down, but the overall number in all of our buildings is still over 6 air exchanges per hour in every classroom space. And so we wanted to really make sure that that's really a measure of the ventilation, that the fresh air is coming in every 10 minutes and getting pulled out, and more fresh air is being brought in. I do have a slide on the safety measures. It was something that was discussed. These are some of the personal protective equipment that has been purchased by the city. And again, I want to thank Mayor Betancourt and the city for allowing us to use some of the COVID relief money through the city to purchase all of this equipment. It's being stored at Farm Ave, and it's being delivered to all of our schools. Our principals have a request form that Joe Scanlon was good enough to put together, and they can request all of this PPE. It'll be delivered to the schools. We'll be able to give out the surgical masks to students that don't have masks. We'll be able to provide some of the KN95 masks or the face shields and the goggles for specialized populations and for teachers that are working with students where they may be in closer proximity. And we're really taking the safety of our staff and our students really seriously, and we wanted to make sure that we have all of these. These have already been purchased. We have them on site, and we're ready to go. The final thing I wanted to add as the last piece was we also had some questions about alternative childcare, and then I wanted to open it up. We're continuing to work with the outside partners to provide alternative childcare opportunities for our staff and our families if we do have that on those remote days. So Little Tanners is still running at the high school, and they service 10 students or 10 children of our faculty members. They will continue to run, and they're all set. We're partnering with 4 Kids Only to identify 5 classrooms at Peabody High School that can service students of our faculty during the school day on the remote days. 4 Kids Only has also identified some classrooms throughout the district in public buildings at St. Thomas Church to bring people in, and they could also get childcare on the remote days for their children. The YMCA is also working with us, and they've identified some classrooms in the lovely church, and we're providing mobile hotspots to make sure that they have internet so that they could access that. So I think it's a good time to pause and allow people to ask questions, and we can jump into public participation as well.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Vidala. I know all of us have received a great deal of phone calls, emails, text messages, very knowledgeable, passionate letters and texts and emails and things. So I want to make sure that we are given every opportunity to make sure we're able to hear from everybody that would like to speak. And I would imagine that there's a number of people that would like to be heard. I would propose we go to public participation now, and then open it up for questions, on Dr. Vidala's presentation. So why don't we proceed in that way? We could turn it over to our hosts, Dr. Vidala, and you can welcome our speakers in and people that would like to be heard.
Okay, I'm bringing in Sean Downing to the meeting. Sean, you may unmute yourself and you may speak. So Sean, please state your name.
Can you please speak them all? Yep, hi, it's Sean Down. So, Dr. Vidala, I was, you said like on the open enrollment, there was 10% that was not allowed. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, in the last meeting, there was a lot of people concerned about kids, social anxiety, depression, stuff like that. And I was wondering if that took any consideration of all the other considerations, like these kids and going back to school and anxiety and stress on them, and then to throw these kids into a whole nother school on top of that. seemed a little unfair to the 10%. Another second grade teacher, but it was for the center school. So it would make 4 second grade teachers over there, and then only 2 at McCarthy. So I was just kind of wondering why you couldn't broke that up to 3 and 3, and then that could have solved a lot of these issues.
Yeah, why don't you say that?
Sean, we are having a little trouble hearing you. It sounds like you have a very specific question, so I'm happy to schedule another meeting to speak with you. I think that would probably be, so we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. That would probably be the best way to proceed.
Okay, I'll call and schedule a meeting.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we're gonna bring in Lisa Applebaum. So Lisa, please unmute, state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Lisa Applebaum, 11 Dartmouth Street in Peabody. I would first like to say that I do appreciate everything that's gone into this and all of that, but I do have some concerns. The first one was, at the last meeting, it was never mentioned that the high school would be 100% remote. It was mentioned that it was a possibility that they would do the hybrid situation. Come to find out that's not to be. My concern is my son is a senior, and there are things that are not happening, that never happened at the end of last year. It was a disaster to do 100% remote, and I'm just scared that that's going to happen this year. If the teachers aren't physically in the building, why can't they do remote learning but in their class time structure? So these kids are, and it shouldn't matter the location. And I think we need to put the kids' education first and foremost and do what's best for them. I do understand that there is a pandemic, and I do understand that safety is the number one issue. But I think at this point, we also need to take into consideration all the aspects of what is not happening in the city of PV as far as the high school goes. And I think that that's, I don't know what else to say except that I'm really concerned. And this is my son's future. And I just would like you to take all of that into consideration. And I don't know if guidance is something that's going to be available for these kids. I know my son has not heard from his guidance counselor since school got out in March. You know, they do help them with applications and stuff like that. Hasn't heard anything. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't envy any of you making this decision. And I would hope that you put the kids first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Vicky Waite.
Hello, hi, Dr. Vidala and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, I have a number of teaching questions related. First, what are the deadlines for deciding working remote, working hybrid, taking the FMLA, and taking a leave of absence? if the district could define, if someone decides to take the FMLA under the federal guidelines, what is the criteria needed and how does that pertain to the employee using that option? How would the option would apply if they are taking that for a family member that is in need of their care under this policy? If they could define a leave of absence from the district and that required criteria and how that is going to apply to the teacher's position in their building and grade, their level, their license, their teaching status, how will medical insurance coverage apply, and what will happen to pension and retirement, what is going to be the formula for that. Could a leave of absence be for half the school year if things change and the curve flattens with COVID? Another question is, what if I begin the school year in the hybrid model and my child's daycare shuts down due to COVID? Can I go remote? Can I apply for the Family Medical Leave Act? Can I apply for a leave of absence? Would there be a penalty? What are the guidelines for applying for retirement during this school year when you meet age or depending on step and scale? What criteria would be needed for that with the district and the state? If I start teaching in the hybrid model or in the remote model, can I switch to either or for, say, medical reasons? If I start the school year, whether it's remote or hybrid, and the circumstances with COVID change, could I then take a leave of absence? If I have a specific teaching license to a special population and I choose to teach remote, would I be forced to be servicing my students directly based on their IEP and their educational needs if they cannot find replacement for my position? If I decide to take a leave of absence, would I still have my teaching position, or where would I be returning to in the district based on licensure? If I decide to decide the remote option, can I work from home? Am I working from my classroom? What materials would I be utilizing if I cannot work from my classroom? Will I be required to teach from an off-site location? Will I have my students from my classroom, or would I be teaching students from another grade in another classroom? I know that you did show the PPE supplies that the district had purchased. What if, under those circumstances, for some of those cleaning products, since now we're specifically using bleach and we had not in the past, for particularly students and teachers with asthma, and how those cleaning products are going to trigger reactions? What alternative is the teacher going to have? Could that be used as an FMLA? And also with the, because we're going to be in this hybrid model, but we're still going to be having students entering and exiting the building, what is going to be the new protocol for the additional cleaning in the building? Since lunch will be in the classrooms, we're going to have, dealing with the problem of more food issues in the classroom. What's going to be the cleaning protocol, or who will be doing the cleaning, particularly after lunches and at the end of the school day, other than just sweeping the classrooms now? In what manner is the additional cleaning going to be, as far as washing floors and, addressing those high contact areas, since we're going to be limited to our spaces, but we're going to have to find out something about having these kids move in some fashion logistically to get a break. I appreciate everything you folks have done. I don't envy you. But I just wanted the questions on the record, as a teacher, as a parent myself, and just thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Waite. Please email me those questions, and I'm sure,
Absolutely.
and I'm sure that a number of them will be answered during the collective bargaining.
You'll get them tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to bring in Steven Zelotis. Please unmute and state your name and address.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Zelotis, 10 Mansfield Street, Peabody, obviously. Again, thank you all for taking the time with everything you've done with this. My question's a little bit more, or my issues are a little more specific, since my daughter will be starting kindergarten this year. So, a couple of the questions I had that didn't seem to be addressed, and it's possible I just missed them, was with the AM, PM, do we have set times when the AM will start and then when the AM will end, and then the set time when PM will start and PM will end? Will they be in the same rubric as the elementary? We're starting around 9 a.m. and concluding around 2:55, and then just splitting the difference for about 2.5 hours each, morning and afternoon. So I guess that's my first question, because that'll kind of dictate how things move forward. Secondly, the concern I have primarily is the 4 half days. I know Attorney Hockman had mentioned it last time, and there's been some discussion about it, but I have a great concern of doing this with kindergarten. The biggest concern I have is that you have a bunch of 5-year-old kids who are going to be, for the first time, for the most part, brought in on a bus to a new school and then asked to participate in a day that is only going to be roughly 2.5 hours long. I can appreciate you've done your research with what's developmentally appropriate, but I respectfully disagree. I think it is more developmentally appropriate to have the kids there for a longer period of time in order to get them more comfortable and acquainted with the school, the teachers, their classmates, etc. Since if we go back, are able to go back at some point to a full in-person or some other version of a hybrid, they are more used to that. Obviously, these children at 5 are not able to get off and on a bus themselves, get home themselves, or anything along those lines, like somebody as an older student in the upper grades might be able to do. Likewise, I'm very concerned with how the teaching will go for them, whether they're AM or PM, in the half day when they're not in school. Will this be an asynchronous or will it be synchronous? I really believe, based on my comments last time, that when the students, regardless of their grade, are not in school themselves in person, and they are remote, that this should be a synchronous virtual learning in order to have them in front of a teacher, or at least have to be able to hear a teacher moving along with the lesson plan, consistent with their other cohorts, to make sure everyone is learning at the appropriate pace. I'm worried about the confusion it's going to lead to with the children AM and PM, and the amount of actual education and learning and development that they will get during a 2.5 hour time frame only for 4 days a week. I'd much rather see them in a couple days a week for a much longer period of time, not to mention the increased exposure that you're going to see, I believe, from this approach, not just for the children, but for the teachers teaching these kindergarten classes, because you're going to have these kindergarten teachers seeing presumably both cohorts, AM and PM, in the same day, separated by probably about 45 minutes, maybe an hour of difference. And then these children are either going to be coming back home to a babysitter, a nanny, a parent who just got home from work, or possibly going to one of the FKOs or a YMCA. And in our instance, where we reside, that might be a YMCA that services multiple elementary schools in Linfield, and Peabody, thus increasing the exposure to multiple other cohorts from other cities and bringing it back the very next day to that teacher and to that classroom. Those are my biggest concerns. I don't see how a 4-day half day is productive for these 5-year-olds, and whatever their virtual days are or virtual times are, I believe they really need to be truly virtual, where they're at least listening to a teacher, even if that teacher is working with the other students in the classroom. And with that, I'll yield it back to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zelotes. I'm sure that a lot of your questions will be answered during the discussion. We're going to bring in Mary Henry right now. Okay, Mary, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Mary Henry, and I am the president of the Peabody Federation of Teachers. I live at 15 Fay Avenue in Peabody. Many members of our union are residents of Peabody and have children in the Peabody Public Schools. My two daughters both graduated from Peabody High School. We are invested in our community, and we have shown our commitment to our community through participation in many local events, such as the Nightmare on Main Street, the Holiday Stroll, as well as sponsoring 2 teams in the Peabody Little League. During the closure of the pandemic, we also provided food to the Peabody Police, Cataldo Ambulance, Shaw's stores, and other workers to show our appreciation for people who were on the front lines. As educators, we want nothing more than to be back in our classrooms teaching children, just as we did before the COVID-19 pandemic. I want nothing more than to be able to give a hug to a student who really needs it. But unfortunately, we are in a pandemic. I have to thank you, Dr. Vidala, because we have worked very closely with you on the opening, and we have been collaborating as much as we possibly can. During this time, the PFT goal has always been the same: to return to the schools safely. While we appreciate the efforts of everyone, from Dr. Vidala to the entire opening team and as well as the school-based committees, at this point, the Peabody Federation of Teachers believes there are still too many unanswered questions about the opening to immediately implement the hybrid plan. Among our many concerns are the fact that the heating and cooling systems cannot support MERV 13 or HEPA filters that are needed to safely filter out small particulates, and that although airflow tests were performed, they were based on averages rather than individual rooms and other spaces that would be used that might not have the ventilation. Although the district has said it would provide PPE, we are also concerned that we may not have enough for all needs. Finally, we are concerned about how the virus may spread to children and staff alike, despite efforts to prevent it. As educators, we wish to take all the professional development days before instruction begins to learn how to provide effective instruction in either a hybrid or remote model so that we are prepared for both. We value the opportunity to hone our craft so that we may give our children a better learning experience under current conditions. In addition, while a hybrid plan is attractive, instructionally, the remote model would give students more time directly connected with a teacher and or paraprofessional. Nonetheless, we respect that the district wants to attempt to do a hybrid learning. What we ask of you today is to consider a phased-in opening beyond the first professional development days to allow the district to work cooperatively with the PFT to have an opening in which students, families, teachers, and others feel safe and that provides rigorous academic expectations and instruction. We support the return of high-need special education students and other high-need students to the school first while we make better plans for our community. I will hope you will consider this while you discuss this matter this evening. Thank you for your time and for your concern for our students. I would respectfully request that this statement be added to the record of the school committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We appreciate all the work that you're doing on behalf of the teachers. Next, we're going to bring Jeffrey M. into the meeting. So Jeffrey, please unmute yourself, state your name and address.
Hello, hello. Hello?
You're on, Jeffrey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. I live over on Tocinos Drive up off Jenny and Bartholomew, and I had a question after reading one of the emails that was sent out, looking at the different statistics of teachers who would return, who would not return, looking at the social distance guidelines of 3 feet and 6 feet. I was just curious, would it be ever in the books to move the high schoolers to the complete remote learning, bring the middle schoolers over to the high school, and then remove some of the elementary children and put them into the middle school to split them so everyone has the proper social distance? I can't see my twins who are going to be starting kindergarten this year having the focus to be learning on a computer, or what I think the gentleman prior to me stated it was only a couple hours. What kind of, how developmental wise, how is that going to help the children being there just for a few hours, or trying to have 2 5-year-olds learn on a computer? They have no idea how to use a computer. Would that be any type of, an idea that could be brought to the table?
Thank you, Jeffrey. I'm sure that this will be addressed during the discussion. Unfortunately, we can't respond directly to questions during public participation. So I'm going to move you out, and I'm sure that this will be brought up during the discussion with the school committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And now I'm going to bring in Danielle Skillen. So Danielle, please unmute yourself, state your name and address.
Apologies, for some reason I dropped out of the meeting. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a few questions and a few points I'd like to make. First of all, I definitely think we need more information on how the classes that are being held remotely are going to be taught and what the format is going to be. I'd like to know how the attendance is going to be handled, because really, essentially, we've already lowered the requirement to 170 days, but really, our kids are getting about 68 days. Because the reality is, many of us parents are not going to be able to ensure that our children are on the computer doing their schoolwork from, whatever time in the morning till the end of the day, if they don't have some sort of real guidance. And I think that before we make decisions, that parents really deserve to have better and clearer information on that. I will say that the schedule that was presented for the hybrid in-school days was much more comprehensive than what some surrounding communities have seen. And while I think hybrid is the least safe option, and we should be offered either full in-person or full remote, at least the 2 days of education that they're gonna get a year seems like maybe they might actually be able to learn something. I also would like to know if any of these child care spaces that we're talking about offering for days that children are not in school in person are actually going to be are going to be set up in any of the schools. And if so, then I want to know why that space can't be used for learning. Again, I'd like to point out that really, with the hybrid model, kids are getting about 68 days of school. And I don't know how anyone is going to handle the attendance piece of it. I also would like to just say to the community as a whole, I think that it's getting to be a little bit ridiculous when we are accusing parents who want their children to be able to return to an in-school education of putting their children's lives in danger, and basically saying that we're looking to, we're bad parents and we want to kill our kids and all this stuff. This needs to end. Realistically, those of us that want our kids back to school full time are not going to get what we want. It's unfortunate, but our opinions are still valid. Our children are still our main concern. And I don't think anything productive comes out of people telling other parents that they want to kill their children. I think that there's not nearly enough information that's been presented on how these classes are going to be taught. I think that is severely detrimental to many children in our community to not have an in-person education. I believe there are at least a few committee members that feel the same way, but I think people are getting tired of getting beat up by the loudest people. And that's really it for now. I just hope that somebody decides to give us some more information. I think that not nearly enough information has been released. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, next up, we're gonna bring in John Kay. John, please state your name and address. You have to unmute first, though.
Good evening. My name is John Cordelitas. I live on Longview Way in Peabody. I've got 3 daughters in the Peabody school system. Last year, I had 1 in elementary, 1 in middle school, and 1 in the high school. And I know this remote learning was brought on pretty quickly at the end of last year, and things will be better in terms of the structure of this year. But I can pretty much say that the last few months of last year were a waste for all 3 of them. And I saw study habits change, and overall they're good students. Just to put it in perspective, my 2 older ones in their 6 combined years of middle school were on the principal's list 23 out of 24 months. So their study habits are good. And as I saw the year go by and the weeks and the months go by, they wound up not being able to concentrate. Teachers were giving assignments that said these can be due by the end of the week on Monday, and that was kind of all you saw from them. And this was across the board. Again, some teachers did take it more seriously than others, and I hope that that will change for this coming year. Now, Dr. Vidali had a slide up earlier to show the number of cases per day and the color that we were currently in. And you were using the numbers to the right, which were confirmed and suspected cases. I'm not sure why we're not using the confirmed cases slide. Again, it was only up there for a brief second. But from what I could see on the confirmed side, the highest number was 4.2 cases per day. And there were most weeks that we were well under the 4. And if we're already in the yellow, or as you said, well within the yellow on that right-hand side, why is it that there wasn't consideration when the numbers were even better, according to your slide 3 weeks ago, when this 100% remote plan was put into effect for the high school? Why weren't we at that point thinking of going to at least a cohort, a 2 cohort system? In your 30-page, what do we call it here, the reentry plan, you stated returning students in grades 9 to 12 with 3-foot distancing would require some scheduling changes. However, it was determined that the physical space could likely accommodate all students at 3 feet. So if we can accommodate all students at 3 feet, I'm assuming that meant on a full-time schedule for all students for all 5 days. Why wouldn't we be able to accommodate at a minimum what we're doing in the lower grades and have 2 cohorts at 3 foot, or I would assume it could be 6-foot spacing, or at least a minimum of 3-foot spacing. Again, I don't have where you got those numbers from, but that's what I see. Also in the high school, according to your report, you show that the high school has 14 air exchanges per hour, which is more than double the recommended minimum of 6. For instance, at the South Elementary, you've got 6.3, and at the high school, you're at 14. So to me, that would mean that the high school would, again, I'm layman here, but to me that would mean that the high schools is safer to be in a room in than the south. So again, I'm a little confused of why we're going to this complete 100% remote learning for the high school. Now, and I think everyone can agree universally that that remote learning is not as productive as in-person learning. And I was a little, at the last meeting, I heard someone say that, again, I'm not sure whether it's in negotiations with the PFT or where this comes from, but the number of school days were lessened from 180 to 170, and that was thought of as a win for everyone, as in we were thanking them for being able to do that. And I'm really not sure why we're not going from 180 to 190, especially since there's going to be practically most kids, especially at the younger grades, need that everyday learning. My middle one, as I said, is going into the Higgins this year. I'm sorry, my youngest is going into the Higgins this year, and I'm not fully understanding why we're not going into the schools with the ability to go to full-time learning. Now, I understand that there are issues with the teachers' unions and questions about their risk factors. Again, as everyone, I would assume knows on the committee, has read the CDC guidelines and their recommendations of children being extremely low risk for both contacting COVID and for spreading it, and are much less likely to suffer severe symptoms. And I don't want to sound like a loon that says the flu is worse. Obviously, COVID is much, much worse for the overall population. And the older you get, the worse it is. But many statistics show that the flu is worse for 17 and under kids than COVID is. Again, not taking away from the severity of COVID, the way it and what it's done to our community and others. There are other factors I think we need to consider, not just the learning factor, but there's the study came out from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services in 2018 that 21% of all child abuse or neglect referrals came from educators. That means that, by the way, is the largest category of referrals. So not being in school one full time or even at all, how many of these kids will continue to suffer abuse due to no one noticing? That's what I would like to ask those who don't want to go back full time or even at all. Now, someone earlier had mentioned using the high school for other grades. Again, if you're not going to use the high school for high schoolers, you can sure use it for other grades. Maybe split it up for the middle school kids or something, but you need to put that building to use as safely as possible, of course. I've taken up enough of your time this evening. Thank you for giving me. Before I forget, the high schoolers. I think the issue that I read in your report was being able to get the kids to and from each class safely, and teachers again of older and at higher risk. Have we thought about maybe putting the kids in school and having the teachers that felt that they needed to be home be the ones that are remote while the kids are in school? I know we've talked about staggered arrivals and dismissals, but if you want to keep the hallways clear, maybe we can stagger the classes so that you have, instead of your normal 7 periods a day, you have 14. So you have 7 kids, let's say, dismissed on the hour, and the other half, if it's an hour class, and the other half kids being dismissed on the half hour. Something like that might work. And if we're not having gym, can we use the gym, auditorium, or the outdoors? We've got good weather for a couple of months here. Do we not want to use the outdoors for our high schoolers? Kids always love to go outdoors. You can have tents or tarps or just sit out on the grass. There are plenty of things that you can do. Again, I strongly urge the committee, who I believe seems to me made this decision weeks ago, but I strongly urge you to reconsider the high school being 100% remote, and at a minimum, going to some sort of a cohort system. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, next we're going to bring in Jessica O. Jessica, please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jessica, if you could turn down the volume on your device, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Mayor Betancourt, city officials, school committee members, and school administrators for your consideration on this issue. I am not only a parent of a soon-to-be senior and sophomore at Peabody High, but an employee in the nurse's office at the Higgins Middle School. I am just as susceptible to germs and illnesses as are our teachers. That being said, I am asking you to please consider the option of returning to school in any capacity possible. I have complete faith that with the proper precautions such as masks, hand washing, and social distancing, this can be done for our children as well as staff and myself. As a mother, my children's health and welfare are the most important thing to me, as is the health and welfare of every student. However, my child's mental health is just as important. My soon-to-be senior has already lost so much, such as 4 months of his junior year, junior prom, and spring sports. His senior year of football is in jeopardy of being canceled, along with college tours and who knows what else. In-person learning is more important than ever right now, as it provides students with structure, accountability, socialization with peers and staff, and a distraction from the uncertainty of this virus. I'm not denying that this virus is very real, but please give us the option to let our children go back to school, as you are giving other students the option to stay home. When making your decision, please keep Kara Murtag's quote in mind, "Every child, every day," as every child is different and every child has different needs. Jessica O'Hara, 13 Maryville Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. And next we're going to bring in Stina M. Okay, Stina, please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, this is Christina Muse, formerly of 20 Blackstone Street, Peabody, currently of 580 Lynn Fells Way, Melrose. My students, my daughter's 9-year-old twins, will be attending the Burke through McKinney-Vento. I want to thank everybody for their hard work, and I just have a few things to say about, we are strongly leaning towards the remote, choosing the remote option, partially because one of my daughters is on a 504 for anxiety, and the unknown transportation and being brought to school might be too much for her. But it says in the sample, and I just need to look at the quote, it says in the sample that the students may be receiving synchronous instruction. I would really like a little bit more information on how that would work. I would hope that if the staffing allows, that the district could consider virtual instruction along with the in-classroom instruction. It was really difficult last year to figure it out. I'm sure that they have figured out a lot more things since then. Additionally, I read, and I don't know what version of it is in, but I read that if you chose remote or you chose hybrid, that would be your decision for the rest of the year. And I would like to ask that to be reconsidered, given that things change. consistently. And I urge you to continue to listen to, I believe it was Mary Henry and the Teachers Union on their thoughts of a phased in instruction leading with our highest need populations. My other daughter is in the middle of a special education evaluation with 12 days remaining and has not been evaluated. Even though we're choosing remote, I would like to have her come in to be evaluated for her special education assessment. And not to receive those evaluations virtually. I know that's a big ask. I am concerned. I received a letter from the Director of Guidance, Special Education, letting me know that the evaluations would continue when the students returned in person. And if my student does not return in person, I'm concerned about how we will continue that evaluation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Christina. Next, we're going to bring in Franny. Okay. Franny, please unmute, state your name and address for the record.
Sorry. My name is Fran Stewart. I live at 17 Bristol Road in Peabody. I am a grandmother and an educator is going to be a freshman at the high school. And I'm a little bit nervous of the fact that you're going to go remote. I did not like how the teachers, well, it wasn't the teachers' fault, but how they did their program on the remote learning in the middle school. So I'm hoping that it will be a little bit different if you are going to go remote. But I think you could start the high school with two of the classes, maybe the freshmen and the seniors going in on a cohort basis. So at least the freshmen get an idea of what high school is like, what the classes will be like, how the day will go, what they're going to be used to, versus having them going in cold and not having an idea and just going remote. And again, for the seniors, I am so sorry for the seniors. They're missing out on so much. They need to be there with their getting their plans ready, getting all their things, their schools, letters out to the colleges. They need the support from the counselors, and they're not going to get it at home. So I really think you have to rethink the remote learning for the high school. I think there has to be something done there. I think a little more time is necessary in thinking through the process. Thank you very much. Did a great job, guys.
Thank you, Franny. Okay, next we're going to bring in Michael. Michael, please unmute. And state your name.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I first and foremost want to say thank you for all that you have done and are doing so far. This has got to be a task that I don't think anybody wants to handle. And second of all, I want to say, as a parent with a middle schooler and a elementary school child, I'm terrorized of sending my kids back due to I don't know how you guys are going to deal with social distancing. It's beyond me with the amount of kids that we have in Peabody that you're actually going to be able to keep kids away from each other in a hallway or whatnot, and even just to eat lunch in the same room. It's scary just to think of how the kids are going to deal with this. And, you know, when I see Mr. Busey out there trying to coordinate kids in the morning, I don't see how, when kids are being dropped off, even if it's half the kids at middle school, it's going to be a task. And I don't think we have enough staff. And listening to some teachers that are calling in, it's quite scary listening to them saying they're not sure if they even want to come back. It's scary listening to everybody make their comments, and it's putting it into you guys' hands on whether the kids go back remote, full time, a couple of days here, a couple of days there. You know, these kids need their education. I want the kids to go back, but I also am in fear of something happening to them. And, you know, I can't say thank you enough for all that you're doing. It's a task that I don't think we'd all wish it on anybody in our future, and it's something that we've never had. And, you know, Mr. Betancourt, I don't know how you're dealing with the whole city, running a city. Kudos to you. You're doing a great job. And the school board, you guys, I don't know exactly how I can successfully bring my kid to school. I bring my kids every day. I bring both kids. That's something I've cherished all my life to do, and to drop off the kids. When I bring my kids to middle school, I drive in a line and I drop my daughter off, and I see, I want to say, what is it, 1,000 kids out there going into the middle school in the morning, and it's total chaos, but it's handled. You know, I just don't see how you're going to social distance that. And I mean, I know we have a big facilities and we have a lot of room, and, you know, and maybe think of the senior center at the same time if that can help. And there's that huge cafeteria at the high school. You know, there's lots of ways around to bring these kids in, the social distance. It's just, I don't know how you're going to do it. I can't thank you enough for taking your time, and all of your personal time is probably gone because this is a nonstop job, and I can't commend you guys enough. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I won't hold you up. But as a parent, I am getting more nervous as I see things escalate more, and I see kids that don't even have masks on. And that's my concern, is middle school kids going to school, and, you know, you see them out there socializing, this one talking to that one talking to that one. It's gonna be a tough decision for everybody to make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next, we're gonna bring in Pamela Vecchio. Pamela, please unmute and state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Pamela Vecchio, and I live at 17 Ellsworth Road. And I wanted to just kind of talk about some of the pages regarding special education, or see if that's going to be addressed tonight. I have a son in the middle school. He is in a program, and I am concerned that within the plan that I read, it states that, you know, there will be 4 days up until the elementary level, and that other students beyond that would be doing the same cohorts as their peers. I know there's caveats in there that reference, like it can be something that can be stated, something that can be flexible, like he may be able to get different services, but I think I'm really concerned about the middle school kids who have significant special needs. I'm concerned that there's not a plan beyond, or it looks like anything beyond the elementary. That also being said, if part of a student's plan is to be integrated and mainstreamed, as my son was doing fabulously before COVID, sadly, will he be included in the numbers for safety reasons within a cohort also, so that he can be mainstreamed and be included in those numbers? I didn't see things like that referenced in the opening plan. So I think I just really want to put forward that special education piece. And if and when, because these kids have specific needs, is there something in the plan that will be able to help us know what we're going to do with our children who require so much more support, prior to just kind of the opening plan that you've laid forth for everybody? Is there going to be like a special ed forum, or is there going to be definite outreach to see if parents need meetings or things like that? So I'm kind of referencing, I think it's pages 26 and 28 of the plan. So hopefully you can consider some of that for the Higgins students. And also I'm looking forward to maybe having some of those things addressed tonight. I thank you all for your work. I work in special education myself, and I know this is really not easy. So I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. I'm sure some of your questions will be addressed during the discussion as well. Next, we'll bring in Maureen. Maureen, please. Yeah, please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Actually, my name is Amy Turcott. It's 7 Dartmouth Street, Peabody, Mass. Can you hear me?
Yes, you say your name was Amy?
Amy Turcott.
Thank you.
Thank you all for all the work you're doing on this. I know this is very challenging for everyone. I just had couple of quick comments about technology. Personally, I'm really invested in the hybrid model if it's possible, depending on our numbers. But if we have to go remote, I'm concerned that educators and teachers don't have the technical skills that they need in order to perform the teaching to the best of their abilities. So one of the things that I noticed in the last couple of weeks is that Salem, Mass has been hiring what they call, I have it up on my phone, Director of Digital Learning, and there's at least 2 positions, maybe more. And I noticed on the Peabody website that it didn't appear that we were hiring any staff for the training of educators. And I really feel like that's something that if there was any way that there could be money found for that, if we want to make remote successful, we need to train the educators, and they need it like now or yesterday. And so my suggestion would find some money in the budget to get some people in there to train educators on how to run a Zoom. I've been working remotely for 6 months now, and it's challenging, but we got up and running, and I just feel like if we're going to be remote, let's get them trained on how to make it work. And thank you for all your work, because we know this is challenging.
Thank you, Maureen. I'm sure we'll address those questions during the discussion, and I think you'll be very happy to hear what we have to say about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up, we're going to bring in Tammy Burnett. Okay, Tammy, please unmute yourself and state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First, I just wanted to call in quickly. I am a part-time para for the school system, but more importantly, I'm a parent. So thinking of what I'd like to see happen for our students and our staff, I sort of get caught in the middle, and it's a difficult place to be in, and I know a lot of my colleagues at work are in a similar position, being a parent and a staff member. I know that I would like my son to go back. I know that he needs to go back, and I know that he wants to go back, but I know that I don't feel like it's very realistic. So I feel like, as all of you have huge jobs and decisions to do, that I think putting a good amount of effort into a solid plan to return to remote learning is what I know I'm hoping for. I know what we experienced in the spring was not our standards of learning in Peabody, but it was all what we just needed to do to get by. Looking at the proposal on Friday that was sent to the state, I know I was very disappointed. On paper, the reaction around the city was just generic statement that the high school's going remote, and not many people took the time to read the high school part of that 34-page document. In learning that there's cohorts and 4 periods a day instead of 7, and our periods are going from 54 minutes approximately to 80. I feel like that's a really long time for a student to be involved in one subject, especially if it's a subject they really struggle in. And that concerned me. And the wording on that 80-minute class was a short chunked mini lesson with independent and collaborative work. So that makes me feel like there's a little bit of teacher instruction, some independent working, maybe some group sessions. Whether the kids actually continue to participate or not will be determined. But I just am trying to find out why we can't follow our 7-period schedule and continue to have the teachers teach their same schedule that will still give them their prep periods and everything that they've always had in their day, and our students will still be able to follow and get their 5 days a week of each subject. This schedule that was proposed looks like my son is only having English twice a week and math twice a week, and that's concerning to me. There was no mention of the grading system, and I know in the spring, I did already voice my opinion of how disappointed I was. It was very vague. A lot of it was left to opinion by each individual teacher, and I definitely was not very happy with the outcome. And my third thing that I'd like to see involved in that decision is some of the wording. I know we have a very broad spectrum of families in Peabody, but to continue to use the words optional or no due date or due at the end of the quarter just allows students to not want to do their work. And I have a son that's an honor roll student, and I saw him slide with uninterest and felt like that there was no reward at the end. And it was really hard to see. And I'm an involved parent. I don't work full time like a lot of our families have to do. And I sympathize with them that when they can't be there to push their kid when the kids need it. And I saw how hard it was for my own family. And I just want more clarification, and I want better communication. And I have reached out to many individuals on the school committee today, and I look forward to being able to talk more in the next couple weeks while decisions are made. But I did just wanted to call in and express my public opinion on some of those matters. So I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to bring in Amy. Okay, Amy, please unmute, state your name and address for the record. Okay, Amy, I'm going to put you back and we're going to call in Stacy Caterina. Okay, Stacy, you're in. Please unmute and state your name and address.
Go ahead.
I live in Lynn. I go to Brown School. I want to go back to school because I miss my friends.
My daughter asked to speak to you guys tonight because she's watching this with me, and she wanted to say she hopes that you guys will vote yes because she misses her friends.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we have no more hands raised.
Yeah, I wanted, thank you, Dr. Vidala. I did want to go to Mr. Olympio, who I know was reached out to by a group. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Olympio.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was approached by parents outside the building this afternoon, and it's a petition, and it was signed by unofficial account, 363 parents, and I'd like to read it into the record. It says, as parents and students, we are distributing a petition to gain support before presenting our beliefs to the school committee members, school administrators, and city officials. Signing your name asks the above members to reconsider their return to school plan for the 2020-2021 students at Peabody Veterans Memorial High School. Let your voice be heard. We are asking for clear details of what is to be expected from our students, which is to be expected from our teachers, and the best possible plan to keep their education on track in line with neighboring schools and students. If a full in-person plan is not an option, then please consider the following details in creating a plan for hybrid or a full remote learning. First, schedules. This is the biggest concern based on the presented plan to the state on August 14, 2020. Peabody Veterans Memorial High School currently follows a schedule with 7 periods a day, approximately 54 minutes. The current plan proposed has students attending each subject only twice a week for 80-minute classes, with short chunked mini lessons with independent and collaborative work. Stating it will not be 80 minutes of direct instruction. How are students going to stay attentive for 80 minutes, with or without a teacher, especially if it's a subject that they struggle with? Wednesday is an Acres Learning Support Day. We ask the students and the teachers follow their 7-period schedule. We hope our students can be educated every day on each subject with direct teacher instruction as they would have done with in-person learning. A teacher will follow their schedule, still giving them a break of prep time. Some suggestions are to reduce class time by 5 or 10 minutes to have a break for movement between classes. Grading. Students do not thrive on pass or fail. The grading system has not been addressed yet, but we express our concern to return to proper grading. Help motivate our students to see their work in progress. Ask teachers to use Aspen more regularly so students and families can see progress and address issues as they occur, not at the end of the semester. Attendance. Be present and participate in each class. If a student is absent, the robocall should notify a guardian so they are aware of any students not participating in their scheduled learning. Wording of information. Using words optional or no due date or by the end of the quarter allows students to use excuses as to why they couldn't do something. Without deadlines or accountability, they become distracted and procrastinate. Neither are habits which we want to encourage. Instead, assign information as teachers normally would, and if there is an issue, students should be encouraged to communicate and explain why is it not achievable. Extracurricular activities. There needs to be confirmation if students, hybrid or fully remote, can participate in sports, band, performing arts, clubs, etc. These activities will follow guidelines as instructed by our school department or the MIAA. They are proven to improve grades, encourage attendance, improve mental health, create self-discipline, and broaden friendships. School is much more than a building. There are relationships formed and lessons learned. Our kids still need structure, schedules, accountability, socialization, and interactions with their parents, staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olympio. So, wanted to open it up now to the committee members. I didn't know if there's anything you wanted to add, Dr. Vidala, before we open it up for discussion, but I wanted to give you that opportunity.
No,
Okay.
I think we can go with discussion. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to talk
I
during
think
that.
you might have some things to say. So let's open it up.
I just want to bring up 2 points.
Yeah, please, Mr. Hockman, go ahead.
Not substantive. First, Amy Mokman, who was trying to access the Zoom meeting, says she's still trying. If she's not able to, and she's able to communicate through me, would it be okay if I express her opinions at some point during this? So in other words, can we suspend public participation and keep it open?
Sure, I'm comfortable with that.
Sure.
I want to make sure everybody's heard.
We do have another hand up as well, if we want to bring people in. If public participation isn't over, we have someone raise their hand.
Let's go
John
to it,
Swanson? Okay. We can bring in John Swanson, and if Amy gets on, we'll bring her in as well.
Okay. Yeah, do you want to bring in John?
Yep. John Swanson, you're brought in, please unmute and state your name and your address, please.
Good evening, John Swanson, 9 Welcome Street, Peabody, Mass. So I appreciate all the time and effort you guys are putting into this. I'm going to be brief. I do, and my family, backs the statement by Mrs. Burnett. Biggest concern is either the remote or the hybrid solutions, making sure that our students in the high school have a good quality education. Excuse me, I'm just a little worked up, very excited about this. I'm passionate about our kids' education, so let me take a breath here. Sorry, I appreciate it. As stated previously, we want to make sure that the teachers are engaged, make sure that they are giving their best, making sure that our students have access to them. As I presented in our reply to the survey, as I sent to several members of the school committee, I want to make sure that my children have access to their teachers outside of the classes. I want to make sure that they have access to the guidance counselors, and that is detailed. And Mr. Vidala, I have no doubt in my mind that you're giving us everything you have. I think one of the things that I could ask for is a detail of the plans to come forward. I'm not expecting answers for all this now. I'm expecting, what is your future plans from this point forward? You're gonna have a vote today. What would be the plans to lay out these details, to provide a school schedule for those in high school? How would we know, how and when will we know how our students will have access to the teachers outside of classrooms, to their guidance counselors? I have two seniors that are looking at colleges. They're going to need the guidance. They're going to need access to their guidance counselors and the others that will help them through this process. Their English teachers outside of the classroom for writing their essays and whatnot. Again, I apologize, I'm a little worked up. This is very passionate for me. This is something that I know myself and others are taking to heart, but we also want to make sure that we're heard, which we are, and I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I don't know if Mr. Hockman has.
Yeah, I do have Ms. Moltmann.
Yeah, please, Mr. Hockman, go ahead.
So Ms. Moltmann writes that her issue is with students who are struggling to keep up with trying to stay involved with honors and AP level classes, and how they're able to be engaged and challenged through a limited access format. And lastly, if we could, I'd move to have the statement read by Mr. Olympio received into the record.
So we'll, Mrs. Moquin's, Amy Moquin's thoughts have been recorded, and Mr. Olympio read a petition that was presented to him by a group of parents. The motion was by Mr. Hockman to receive that, seconded by Mr.
Second.
Olympio. All in favor? That's a vote. That'll be part of the record. Thank you for that. Okay, so I'd like to open it up now to the committee members. Number of questions, thoughts, comments, suggestions, and I'll open it up now. Mr. Arnottis, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one question for now, and then I'll probably have more as we go here. I want to just jump back quick. See what I'm doing on this. Dr. Vidala, I don't know, it might be helpful, if possible, to bring up the PowerPoints, because I want to point to, I just want to go back to the screen regarding the color codings and that time frame. So while you're doing that, I guess I'll ask my question here. I think it was said that if we go basically from, if we are ultimately forced to go remote and we go into yellow, there's a 2-week turnover to go back to hybrid or into hybrid. Is that to return to hybrid, we must be yellow for 2 consecutive weeks?
Yes, so we don't want to see a little dip into yellow and then the next week would be red and we'd be ping-ponging back and forth. So in speaking to the Department of Public Health, the recommendation would be if we went to red, we'd be forced to go hybrid because that is the recommendation. We would, I'm sorry, if we were forced into red, we would go remote. And once we are red and remote, we would want to make sure we have 14 consecutive days in the yellow before we feel like we can bring people back.
Gotcha.
So we can see that trend consistently over 2 weeks.
And just very quick, I'll let the others go, but that alone emphasizes one of my concerns. Because yes, we're going to have a 2-week basically time to go into a hybrid situation, but correct me if I'm wrong, if we're in hybrid and we have to go to red, that's instantaneous. Is that correct as soon as we find that out? There's
Yes,
not,
I would.
a 2-week gap.
I would treat that like a snow day. You know, once we find out there's a storm, we want to be as safe as possible. So once we find out that we're a red community and the recommendation is that we go remote, I would not recommend us going into school the next day.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I'll hold off for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnottis. Open it back up to the committee members. I find it hard to believe that nobody has anything to say.
Where do we start?
We're all muzzled.
Yeah. Mr. Olympio?
Yes. Yeah, I'll just have a few warm-up questions and kind of let it. Back to the facilities. You did say that the unions did tour the facilities, Dr. Vidala?
Yes, we're still in the process. We've been to most of the schools. We still have other schools scheduled, planning on getting into all of the schools before August 25th.
Okay, and so they haven't given you their final feedback yet, correct? So that's sort of a work in progress?
Yes, that's a work in progress, and we'll still work on the MOU with the union and come to an agreement.
Okay. And then how about, certainly some parents and teachers have brought this up to me in the past. Certain, say, elementary schools, there's problems with the windows, keeping the windows open. I guess the recommendation is that there's windows should be kept open in the classroom. Are we going to fix that? Is there any carpentry work that needs to be done before we start in September?
So right now, there haven't been any recommendations for that. Again, we're still touring the schools, but in the schools that we've been at so far, there haven't been any.
There hasn't been any
issues around that.
And your opinion is that that PPE will not be an issue?
No, we purchased a 12-week supply for 100% of the students, which if 50% of the students are coming back, we have at least a 24-week supply.
Okay. That's it for now, and I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Olympio. Mr. Amico?
Sure, thank you. I'll take this off if I could. Through the chair of the committee, first of all, I want to thank Jim Palmer and PAT for doing an incredible job. We're here. Hundreds of people at home watching and waiting for our decisions tonight. First of all, I want to say that this is probably a civics teacher's dream, this whole process. Should we go back? Shouldn't we go back? But not so much for a school committee member. I can honestly say that. I had someone call me the other day and said, sorry, it must be such a burden, and it's not a burden. This is what we do, and I'm honored to be part of this group, and I'm honored to be making this decision with this group. We will come to a decision. We won't all agree, but we'll respectfully disagree on some items, and we're going to try to do the best we can for this community, for our kids and our teachers. So I just want to thank you guys ahead of time. There's no right decision tonight. There's no wrong decision. There's probably only the safest decision, and that's where I'm going to probably rest my case on. I don't really have any questions for Dr. Vidal or anyone else, but I'm just going to read some statements and go from there, and we'll start this dialogue, I guess, right? So basically, one of my questions and my concerns is if we do open up hybrid, how long are we going to be able to keep that open? Schools will, we've seen in other states, buildings opening up and then having to close within days. And that's concerning to me, not only from a safety standpoint, but also from, we talked about PPE. And we saw what happened last March and April. There was a shortage. I mean, people could not get their hands on masks. Health professionals, medical doctors, nurses in the ER, they couldn't get their hands on PPE. Yet, if we do open up hybrid in a hybrid model, we're going to use those PPE, we're going to use those supplies. And then, again, how long will we be open for? Will it be weeks, months? Will it be days? I guess there is one question I have is, and what is the process? A building like this here with 1,400 kids, if we have 700 in at a time, what happens if 5 kids go home sick or 2 teachers that day go home sick? What is the process? At what point do we shut it down? How do we, contact trace? I mean, I know there's a lot involved there, but that's very concerning. So there's nothing more, and I'll preface this, there's nothing more tonight that I would love to do is to make a motion and say, let's go fully in class, in school for everyone. I just don't think that, unfortunately, with this virus, it is shown that, you put people together in closed areas for a period of time, you will have cases. And that's a concern for me. That's been a concern for a lot of people that have contacted me. And I also respect others who want their kids to go to school in class in a hybrid situation. But I also caution them on this fact. You'll have a teacher sitting at a desk with a mask on, having to stay at their desk. You'll have 15 to 20 students in a classroom with their masks on, except for breakfast and possibly lunch. I've been teaching for 20 years. I can assure you that is not a great model of instruction. And I know remote wasn't either, but there were certainly some factors in that last spring. Again, it comes down to safety, though, and for me, that's why, if I had my way, I would say that we should start in a remote setting and see what happens, hypothetically, mid-September, late September, October. Because I truly feel, though, if we do open up, we'll be shutting down very quickly, and we'll be getting into a remote setting anyhow. And again, I respect people that have reached out to me to move from a remote setting to a hybrid situation at the high school. But again, I caution, if we do that, what's the reason for it if we're going to be closing down very quickly? And that's probably the reality. I hope I'm wrong, I really do. But unfortunately, that's been the reality. I'll yield on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amico. Mr. Arnottis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to begin by, as Mr. Amico said, thanking every single person who we've had some incredible, frankly, conversations with over the past few days, over the past few weeks, since when this started, start to finish. Frankly, this is an incredibly hard decision. I don't think I slept more than a few hours last night, and I think combined we all probably did too, because we all care so much. And before I get into where I land on this, I do want to say what I've said to everyone who I've had the entire range of opinions brought to me. Let's go back 5 days. You can't go back at all anytime soon, and everything in between. I have heard every single different perspective you can imagine. I'm sure as a board we have too. And I do genuinely believe that even though we are probably going to have differences as we get into this discussion, that this board, this group, and this district wants absolutely what is best for our students, our faculty, and our families. And we may land in different spots on what that looks like, but I think we all have the shared goal of giving the highest quality education to our students here in Peabody. I genuinely believe that, even with the differences that we'll probably have here tonight. So, having said that and taking into consideration everything I've heard, and I do just want to say quickly, because I didn't get through them all with a response, I know we were kind of bombarded with emails over the past 2 days. I have read everything I have been sent. I have, responded to some of you. I was working my way through that late in the afternoon today. If you've sent me something, I have read it, and I have taken it, into mine, getting through this. So I'm advocating for us to begin fully remote and to transition over time back into either a hybrid or an in-person model with carve out an exemption for our highest need, special needs students. That would be a very small percentage of the population. The vast majority would begin remote, and we will work our way towards that. And there are kind of two main reasons, two boxes that I keep going back to that I can't check off yet. And until I can check those off, looking at everything on the table and convincing my head and my gut that they are the right things and we have gotten there, then I will not support us putting our classrooms, putting teachers and students together back in our classrooms. So my first one is probably what everyone's first consideration with this is, and it's safety. We are in the yellow right now when it comes to the 4 standards that were presented to us. Clear, white, whatever you want to call it, green, yellow, and red. And we are surrounded by communities that are already in the red. Lynn, Salem, I believe Saugus is higher up there now, Everett and Revere, which I think we know we have a significant percentage of the population who has come from some of those communities and has relationships in those communities, so I do think we would have that. We have a month to go until we begin some form of school. And I don't know about you, but I feel like the months feel like a year and a week feels like a month. It's a long slog to get to September 16th. I'm concerned that we are going to get into the red automatically and be forced to go remote. But even if we don't, I genuinely worry about what the safety will look like if we even go into a hybrid situation. And I can't confidently say to people that I think adequately we will provide enough of a safe environment to bring students and teachers together. I'm not unrealistic. I know that we can never say 100% that our buildings and our facilities are safe. They're not in normal times, but we do our best. And I am not convinced right now with the variables that are in with this virus, the things we don't know about. There's so many questions. Think about the questions we had tonight, but alone with this virus, we are saying, right, we could be saying tonight that even with all the questions that we have, we're 6 months in, this started in March. We can say tonight that we're going to be willing to open up our buildings to quite literally hundreds and thousands of people. We are already in the yellow. Do we actually think we are not, between now and at the least September 16th, going to get to the red in that capacity? We are putting our students at risk. I fully understand what people have said, that younger people may be less affected by this, but again, this is something that we didn't know about in March. We don't know the long-term effects on this. We're not epidemiologists. We're not public health officials. We're doing our best here to provide a solid education. But I don't think any of us can say for certain that this is completely safe and not something for us to worry about. You know, I know people have talked about this being an individual choice, and I get that. I get that your education for your family is a choice that you need to make. But we as a board are making a vote and a choice, not for individuals, for our community tonight. We're making a vote that is going to affect hundreds, if not thousands, of people in this city directly or indirectly. And I'll be damned if we're going to do that without making sure people are safe. So that is my concern with that. And I'll tell you right now, even if we did go into the hybrid situation, and we've had parents of kindergartners call us tonight, okay? So let's picture for a second what that kindergartner is going to walk into. They will not be able to be holding hands with their best friend walking into their first ever day of school. They will not be able to do the group activities that they deserve to be doing. And rather than see a smiling teacher, they're going to see someone who looks like they're going in to do surgery, because they're probably going to be in a mask and a face shield and a gown and gloves, and they can't even get close to that student. Is that what we want to provide right now? I don't want to do that to people. I don't think that's fair. And look, from day one that I got on this committee, and I'm not trying to toot a horn here, I think there's a lot of probably new people watching, but we've had some frank discussions about mental health over the past few years. I fully understand the mental health aspect to this. We've had discussions about the health center at the high school. I know how important it is, but we have an obligation to provide an adequate level of safety right now, and I can't look people in the eye and say we're doing that based off what I see on the ground right now. And look, some people who I have spoken to, and like I said, I respect everyone's opinion. We all come to this from different perspectives. People believe different things about this virus. Some people take it more seriously than others. I'm not even going to get into that argument. But what I will say is we need to be cautious for the most part when there are these questions in front of us. The other thing that I think most people can understand here is the logistics of all this. So we have talked about what we will look like if we have to be forced into a remote learning situation. right? And we heard tonight how upset people were and dissatisfied that they were with the remote learning situation that we provided in the spring. And I appreciate that, and I'll tell you right now, that petition that hundreds of parents have read asking for as close to a 7-day period at the high school where we have teachers basically in the classroom alone teaching to students over Zoom, I support that. I hope we can work towards that. I want us to get there. I think that's what our students deserve. They deserve as close to a normal education as we can provide, and we have to work for that. But from a logistics perspective, we have a month to go. So we have to take, if we take a vote tonight, say we go to hybrid, okay? So we have to talk to the union about that, right? We need to prep our teachers and our students for what teaching will actually look like in those classrooms. We need to get buses ready. We need to do all those things. And then 2 days in, 10 days in, a month in, if that, I'd be shocked if we make it till October, quite frankly. We're gonna pull the plug right off like that and then bounce right into remote learning. Does that make any sense to do that? You crawl and then walk. You don't start in the middle. The hybrid situation, as far as I'm concerned, is us starting in the middle. You start slow and go in. You don't jump into the pool. You walk in slowly when it's something that we don't really know about here. And my biggest concern, quite frankly, if we want what many of these parents are asking for, and I want to thank the parents who have stepped up tonight and said, hey, look, you know what? I understand there's many questions with this, and I might be willing to go remote if you guys step up and the teachers work with you and we meet in the middle where everyone stays safe, but we provide a real good education where these teachers are in class pretty much 7 periods a day, and these students are getting attendance taken, real grades are being given, not a pass-fail. These are things we can develop. I don't see how we can get that done successfully if we are turned to go remote on a dime, okay? And then the biggest factor with me in all this is going to be the child care aspect, which I still think leaves a giant question no matter what option we take, okay? If we go hybrid, people are still going to need to figure out child care, regardless of their age. If folks have a 3rd grader, they need to figure it out on, Tuesday and Friday if they have Monday and Thursday. They're going to need to figure that out. So let's say, hypothetically, okay, we do the hybrid, and we do it for 2 weeks. And then Thursday or Wednesday, we get numbers that we need to change. And Thursday, we have to go remote. For some people, they might be able to switch right on the nose like that on a dime. And I appreciate that people have the ability to do that. A lot of people are working from home. Personally, I'm working from home. There are a lot of people who are stay-at-home parents who are gonna be home no matter what. And they would like their kids in front of students, but they said, well, hey, maybe at least try to get them back, and if we have to pull out, well, we'll deal with it. Well, not everyone can simply just deal with it. There are plenty of people who work essential jobs, who are going out every single day, who have set hours set by their employers, whether they're retail workers, whoever they are. That's who I'm considering here, and I think we are a huge city. We're a city of 52,000 people with an economically diverse level that goes like this, as far as I'm concerned. And for me at least, I start at the bottom. I start at the base and how that will affect people. So there are plenty of people that are not gonna have the ability to switch on a dime. And I ask, what are we gonna do for those people? What are we gonna do for them? If they need childcare the next day and they can't call out of work, and they're gonna have a 3rd grader just sitting at home when we, as a board, looked at them and said, well, at least you'll be able to be in school Monday and Thursday, and you don't need to worry about those days to find childcare. And then we pull the rug out from under them. If we admit now that the odds are not in our favor, that we're probably gonna be forced into red, we're gonna offer everyone a more equitable and a much more sound education system. And hey, I am so in favor of us getting back to normal. We all want it. No one likes this. No one gets pleasure from us not having a normal life here. But the numbers on the ground don't support that. And if they do, let's get to work. Let's bring the kids back into school. But right now, I will not vote for that. I will not support it. And as far as I'm concerned, we have so many different situations to take into account, and we have a lot of work to do. especially around preparing our teachers for what we decide to do and childcare. And I will not vote for a plan that could inevitably pull the rug out from under people who cannot prepare for it. It's not fair to them, believe me. This is a horrible decision either way that we have to make, but I'm trying to make one that is going to inflict the least amount of pain, and hopefully, if we are smart and work hard and work together with our staff, provide a sound education to get us going. And I also will say, Salem is going remote. Lynn is going remote. I now believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Beverly is now transitioning to remote, or no, not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, at least 2 of our major border cities, which we are more like. And I understand that Danvers is going back in some capacity, and I think Middleton is going back in some capacity. That's great. We're much more like Salem and Lynn than we are those communities, whether we want to admit it or not. We are a large city. We are not a town, and we can't act like one. We have a responsibility to every single person in this city to provide them a sound education. And as far as I'm concerned, starting off with a rigorous remote system checks that box, and then we build up from there. You don't start in the middle. So that's where I am right now. I appreciate everyone's opinions on this. We have, as far as I'm concerned, so much work to do, but I think that's where we need to start.
Thank you, Mr. Arnottis.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll open it up. Other comments, questions? Actually, while everybody's collecting their thoughts, Dr. Vidal, a couple questions for me. After the vote tonight, no matter which way it goes, what are the next steps? Discussions with the union. Maybe you can kind of walk us through the next steps, how information is going to be released out. A lot of questions I know were made tonight, but also questions that we received from other people just in terms of how information is going to be put out, what the plan. So maybe you can just talk a little bit about what the next steps are for us.
Absolutely. And so whatever the will of the committee is, we as a school district are going to ensure that every student in Peabody gets the best possible education under whatever plan we go forward with. You know, we were in this room yesterday with 23 administrators spread out, and there was incredible learning going on, and we were planning the professional development for the first 10 days. And that's what we're doing ongoing. We're working on logistics, we're working on professional development, and we're working on both the hybrid and the remote, because we do know that we're going to be in both of those situations at some point this year. So we know that the data will support both of those situations at some point this year, and we'll plan on those, and we will be ready. So after tonight's vote, we will engage into discussions with the union around the working conditions, and we'll develop an MOU to move forward so there'll be clear expectations. We will have 10 days of professional development, regardless of the system that we're going to be in and the learning model that the committee supports, and we will provide the best education that we can. We will be purchasing Chromebooks for every single student, K through 12, in the district, thanks in large part to the mayor purchasing the PPEs from the city side so that we have that COVID relief money so that we can address some of the inequities that were across the city. And we will be engaging students, you know, on a much better basis. We will be prioritizing our special ed students, and we will be providing them with the best possible situation that we can. I think that one of the recommendations based on what I learned tonight, you know, and I think here I am sitting in this room with a mask on until I needed to speak right now, and I learned a lot tonight just from this model, just from listening to the parents, just from listening to the committee members. And, you know, what I'll be recommending to each principal is that they do a open forum for parents so that the parents can really understand. They've worked really hard on the details of the plan, and you know, we didn't want to put forth a 150-page document. I think Boston's was 93 or something that people couldn't get through. But we do have that detail, and I think it will be better served from the principals to the parents, and that information will get out. Students will receive feedback, students will receive grades, attendance will be taken, and students will get a high-quality education. It will be much better than it was in the spring. And so regardless of whatever the will of the committee is, you have my commitment, you have the commitment of my team, you have the commitment of all of our teachers and our staff that we will provide the best education for our students that we can.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vidal. Mr. Hockman?
Thank you, Dr. Vidal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the reopening task force that worked very hard on developing plans, and thank you all the administrators, principals, their teams that worked in their buildings to develop strategies and plans to make reentry as successful as possible. Thanks to all of you, we've talked quite a bit in the last few weeks, and we, as I think Mr. Onotis and Mr. Amico have already said, will continue to conduct ourselves professionally with courtesy and respect for each other. There is disagreement on this board on this very, very, very challenging issue, and it's probably going to be a longer night than most. Although I think Ms. Carpenter is ready to make a motion to waive our 11 o'clock curfew, we'll hold off on that for now. Dr. Vidal, I'm going to start through the chair asking you a series of questions before and then I'll probably yield and collect my thoughts before I express my feelings and beliefs. Although perhaps some of these questions will be framed in a manner that people can surmise. And so I'm just going to go through the presentation that you provided to us today, and thank you for that. And we talked about pre-K and kindergarten and attending 4 half-days, and I think it was Steve Zelotis, who's a talented attorney and a valued member of the Zoning Board of Appeals and a valued member of the community, talked about full days instead of half-days. And I don't disagree with your position in the sense that without physical contact, it makes it very difficult for a 5-year-old to sit in a classroom setting for more than a few hours. So I don't really take issue with the half-day model. I wonder why 4 days and not 5? Because we do know that the more interaction, the more learning that we can provide 4 and 5-year-olds, just the value of that is exponential moving forward. So did you give any thought to 4 or 5 days?
Absolutely. And I think there is value in being fully remote on Wednesday, as a district being fully remote, and really, it doesn't matter how much time and training we give teachers, it's a work in progress. And to start off fully remote and not being able to see the students in person, to me, is a lost opportunity. If we have an opportunity to go in hybrid and take Wednesday as a fully remote day and see some students the next day or the day after, we can really adjust that and see what were the technical problems. If we had any issues, if students were not able to log on, if students need a hotspot, we can make sure we see that in real time and we can address it. And at some point, as many people have said, we may be fully remote. And to me, I think that we need to provide that with a safety net in the beginning. Teachers are really good at face-to-face. I'm the father of a 6-year-old. She just finished kindergarten. And so I know what it was like to have her home, and she was able to learn through Zoom, and her teacher was incredible. And they were able to do what was done with my kindergartner is what should be done K to 12. Small segments of instruction, small group instruction, one-on-one support, and it was really tiered up. But she had to be coached up to do that, and it took some time. And I think that we can do that over time if we have enough training and we have enough back and forth. Seeing the kids in school, providing them with that opportunity, doing so remotely, and then getting back and seeing them face to face and providing them with those tools so that they can be successful.
Okay. Thank you. There's some agreement in some of the things that you said and some disagreement, and we'll get to that.
Absolutely.
And that's all okay. Regarding the Higgins, we're talking about a hybrid model with 2 days in person, a cohort of Monday, Thursday, and a group on Tuesday, Friday, of, I think you said 48 per cluster, so 12 students per classroom at a time. Instead of having 12 students matriculate to 4 different classrooms, has there been any thought to 4 teachers matriculating to different classrooms so that we're reducing the number of people that are moving around by, I can't do the math right now, sorry. But
I got you, it's exponential.
Yeah.
We have. There is value from the instructional standpoint for the person to be in their classroom with their materials and deliver their instruction. There's also value of the students moving during the day and minimizing those transitions. So we looked at both, but the team at the Higgins batted that back and forth, and, they felt as though the kids would benefit more from moving to a limited number of classrooms and receiving instruction from a teacher who had the appropriate materials in their classroom space to deliver the instruction.
Yeah, no, I know that we did talk about this in task force and so on, and I also, we've all received emails and phone calls from staff members who have predominantly come out by saying that they prefer to start completely remote, and parents who have predominantly come out saying that they want at minimum hybrid and maybe full 5-day learning. And this was just an area where I thought that we might be able to provide some greater safety measures for staff or for teachers but that may be something that comes up in impact bargaining. I don't know, but it seems to make more sense to me to have the teachers move, but I understand your response also and the value in that. The high school is probably the biggest controversy right now in the manner in which it was released, and going totally remote. And I think you're right in that if we can start in person, whether that's hybrid or full in person, there's value in that, right? I mean, getting to meet your teacher directly and getting to be able to express some concerns and thoughts about a variety of things, maybe, just as human beings, as we interact with each other face to face, we get to learn things about each other, mannerisms and perhaps some limitations or some strengths that a teacher might not pick up on or a staff member might not pick up on through a camera on a computer. So, but the real difficulty I have, and I don't agree with full remote learning at the high school, but even with the hybrid model, we talk about you talked about, and I wrote pretty quickly here today, you talked about in-depth instruction, rich, authentic experience, providing students with feedback and consistent grading. And those are things that are, I guess, less finite than most people want them to be. And I assume that you don't have the ability to speak any more concrete than that, because that's part of the next level of this process, depending upon how we vote. And I'll let you respond to that. Please respond to that. I'm not saying.
I mean, and I'm talking about K-12 education in every single subject. I mean, I could really get into the weeds, and we have our curriculum team is really diving in deeply to what it means in each discipline and what it means with each scope and sequence and what it means all the way down to the level. And one of the biggest things that we're preparing for in our PD is to ensure that we have week-long plans where we have a very similar and equitable experience for students, whether you're in cohort A, B, C, or fully remote, that every week you'll receive a similar experience, you'll receive similar instruction, similar tasks, and you'll be able to do that. And so, that's the work that we're doing, because we know that people have varied desires and varying levels. Everybody's on a different space in the continuum around what they feel comfortable doing. And so we know people are gonna be fully remote by choice, and we know some people want to come in person. And we want to be able to provide some of those options to make sure that we do so in a way that it's planned out and that kids are receiving similar tasks. It's going to be different than the spring, and we'll have that. But so we've already started creating the professional development around how do we create a week-long experience, whether you're coming in Monday and Thursday, whether you're coming in Tuesday or Friday, or whether you're fully remote, that has a similar experience and there's similar learning outcomes and expectations for the students across the board.
So first of all, I'm remiss in not saying that one of the strengths of the plan that you developed is that it gives families choices. It gives staff choices, and I think that's fantastic. I think that's probably the best outcome that we're going to provide as a school committee with the vote that we take, is we're going to give people choices. Those families that are uncomfortable for whatever reason that they have not going back to school will have the ability to stay home and remote learn. And those staff members, or at least I guess to the best extent that we can, that where they marry up or match up with students that are uncomfortable going back to school for whatever reason, again, we'll hopefully be able to accommodate all of them. the people who are reaching out to me are telling me that they want, in a hybrid model, and we've talked about this, that, you know, and I'm just, you know, we're in an open meeting here, that they want, if their student is in Group A and they attend school on Monday and Thursday, they want not asynchronous instruction on Tuesday and Friday, but they want live, real-time instruction from that same teacher in the classroom, so that if there are 22 kids in Mrs. Smith's class, 11 are going to attend in each cohort, but we have 22 kids in class every day, 4 days a week, 11 live and 11 remote, so that instruction is consistent for each kid, each student, I should say, at least the 4 days a week, and the students are engaged. They're not just giving, and this is going to be a very poor example, and I don't mean any disrespect by it. It's the one I just have come up with and talked about. It's not, you know, please give us a 100-word essay on why you like butterflies. And I know that that's what we saw in the spring, and I hear you when you tell us that we're not going to see that in the fall, but I hear you saying it. I don't see it in a document. Right. And I have faith in you. I mean, we've talked about, I mean, I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. You know, we've worked probably closer in the shorter period of time than I have with any superintendent. So I believe you when you talk to me about things, and there are other factors that go into that I have less confidence in. And I think Dr. Lord may have something to say on this.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
We're really pretty fortunate over the last couple of years to have over 150 of our teachers working on curriculum maps, K-5. The elementary program was exposed to all those curriculum maps last August, and the elementary teams have been working with those curriculum maps over time. We are looking during the 9th, 10th, and 11th of September to have all of the teachers, K-12, and I don't want to skip that part. This past summer, we've had 50 teachers from the high school and 50 teachers from the middle school establish very strong curricula across all disciplines. Those are all coming in right now. I've got almost all of them ready to go. And what we're going to do over the 3-day time period in September is establish a public illustration of what teachers will be doing in those classrooms over time. It's a really strong document. You're welcome to come into the office. I'll take a look at it. It's not ready to go public yet.
Yeah.
I want the teachers to have a chance to look at that curriculum, make sure they understand it, work through it. They're also going to be assessing kids and stuff that they missed from March on, and maybe working pieces of that curriculum into what they're going to be doing in the classroom. But it'll give you a really good idea of the pacing guides that are happening in all the classes and how the teachers are going to be illustrating that to the kids through their daily instruction. And that will be hopefully available for people to see. I don't know exactly how that's going to come together, but that was a vision Kara had, and she wanted to get there, and so we're headed there.
Yeah.
So I think that'll give you a real strong idea of what's going on in every classroom all the time.
No, and I appreciate that. The problem that I have personally, and I'm telling you, it's hundreds of people who have reached out to me on this subject itself, is that, you know, if a teacher is in a classroom teaching, you know, at elementary level from you know, 8:50 in the morning to 2:55 in the afternoon, and a student on that same day is remotely learning because of the group that they're in, there's no instruction, right? There's assignments. And I understand what you're saying with curriculum maps, and those assignments are going to be more detailed and rigorous, but the reality is that a 7-year-old is now going to need a parent or someone who is going to keep them on task, whereas if the instruction on the remote days was live, there's a greater opportunity for the student to not only learn and remain engaged. Teachers are talented, right? Teachers are professionals. I mean, you know, we have a wonderful group of hundreds of teachers in this district who do a great job. And there's a reason for that. You know, there's a reason our kids are engaged by teachers than they're not by parents. And particularly parents, I mean, I think Mr. Arnottis brought up earlier, he's working, right? I mean, in this model that we're developing, we've provided for daycare, essentially, or care, you know, for our staff members, right? And I don't know if it's at a cost to the staff member or not, and I was going to ask that later on down the line, but you know, I don't need an answer to that now. But the reason we're doing that is because there's an understanding that you can't work and teach a student at the same time. It's very, very difficult. Not impossible, but very, very difficult. But we're asking our parents our citizens, our taxpayers, to do just that. And I don't understand. I'm not looking to hurt anybody. I'm willing to stipulate in a memorandum that we're not going to use any of the feed, the live feed that we get home, or if someone records it, or whatever they do. I'm not looking to use it for observations. I'm looking to do exactly what Dr. Vidal is talking about, provide the best learning experience for our students. And I think that that's what it is. And not only do I think that, but I could probably get a list of close to 1,000 parents who think that. And it's hard to refute. So we've beaten that point. The colored map, right? The map that Governor Baker or Governor Baker's team came out with last Wednesday, and we're going to see every Wednesday, I think, with revisions, and I love that. We're going to have an opportunity to continue. This is a fluid experience. That's absolutely a fluid experience. We need to stay with the science and the data. But as far as I understand that, that is a recommendation. It's not statutory. It's not the law. So just like DESE has made a recommendation that it's safe for students to go back to school with 3-foot social distancing. So at one level, we have certain people say, whoa, the recommendation from DESE isn't, we're not going to follow that because it doesn't follow CDC guidelines. And there's maybe some validity to that, although I don't know, and I'll get into some data later on about statistics and the virus. But this colored map is all of a sudden the Holy Grail, right? We can't go fully in person because we're green. And when I look at that, and I think it was Mr. I want to give proper credit, and I'm going to really kill this name, Cordelitas, over on Longview Way, talked about, we're using, not only using this recommendation as the Holy Grail or guidance as the Holy Grail, but we're not only including or counting confirmed COVID cases, but possible COVID cases. And if we look at the guidance that Governor Baker came out with, at four cases or fewer per 100,000, without our most recent data, without those possible cases, we're at 3.89%, I think the graph said, or a graph said that I saw from, maybe it was from Sharon Cameron, and my computer's dead. But, with just confirmed cases, we're actually green. With just confirmed cases, as of, I think it was August 15th was the latest data we got from Sharon Cameron, we're green. So then, Dr. Vidal, you talked about, and we talked about this again, we've talked a lot about this in the task force, review every Wednesday and not adjust for a 2-week moving average, which I absolutely agree with. Also, we need to move slowly. We don't want to ping pong this and make things more difficult for families. And if we go red, yeah, we're definitely going remote, right? I mean, we gotta put safety as a priority. But your statement was, if we go green, we would bring more students back. You didn't say we're going to go fully in person. So what does that mean?
So in our conversation with the commissioner, I asked that. I said, if we go green, does that change the distancing requirements and the other guidelines that you have? And it does not. So we still have to have the same distancing guidelines, and we still have to have the same safety protocols around entrance and exit. And so they haven't relaxed those guidelines. If and when they do, if it's safer, then we bring everybody back. But if we go green, the other guidelines still come in, and we can bring more kids in, and we can get a little bit more creative, but we can't bring all kids in under the current guidelines that we have.
Well, 3 feet. I respectfully disagree, because at 3-foot social distancing, I think we can bring everybody back. But we'll get, that's a conversation for later in the evening. And then I just have a question, and I really don't know, it's a legal question. I don't know the answer to it. I brought it up to the Mayor Betancourt the other day when we had a chance to speak. But, we're obligated to provide a free and appropriate education to all students, all children that come to our, live in the city or come to our school district, age, 4 to 21, I think it is, or whatever it is. We're now, under the plan, I don't want to call our plan, it's our plan, right? Under our plan, we have students K to 6 on the remote days, but during the school day, not before school care and not after school care, but during the school day, we have students who have the opportunity to receive support and care from outside private organizations, whether it be FKO or YMCA, at a fee. So my question is, are we permitted to charge a fee during the school day, during the school year, for an outside, a third-party private organization to both either watch our students and hopefully support them? I mean, I think that's the plan, is that there'll be some support with the remote learning during those days. And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if anyone here does.
So I'm not a lawyer,
Yeah.
but I do know that other superintendents have inquired about that too, around,
Okay.
whether it meets, if you have to go out to bid. From what I understand, it's a third party that parents would engage with that third party. It's days when they would be home, and the parents can choose to either keep them home or choose to hire a private company for their own daycare, like they do in the summer.
Okay.
But what we would do is, it's not us that they're paying. So it's not us. What we're trying to do is facilitate things and set up opportunities for people, just to give them options.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
believe it's a helpful measure. I mean, I'm not suggesting that, but,
Right.
the road to hell is paid,
Yeah,
So.
with good intentions.
Do you know, for example, I think the FKO has 21st century grants with the Center, the Carroll, the Welch, and maybe the McCarthy? I'm not sure if the McCarthy's there yet, but do you know if those apply to the remote learning days? In other words, students in those schools are able to go without a cost after school.
And believe it or not, I think it's more of a 30B question. What gives them the right to use the facility? Anybody that you put in there can make money as a daycare operation. So I think it's one that you can't just give this service to one company. It probably could be allowed if the school committee voted.
Well, we didn't even get into that. There was a caller that asked if school buildings were being used for these services, and I think the answer is yes. And, I was gonna get into that later. I've talked a lot, and I wanted to give other members an opportunity to speak before we really get into the meat of the matter.
I can clarify one element. I'm working with the FKO and YMCA teams. The plan is to have a physical space with 2 adults in it and 10 students. And FKO will be managing that space. On Wednesdays, when we go all remote, and all 20 kids come in, because it's going to be flip-flopped on Monday, Tuesday, they'd split those 2 adults into 2 separate rooms in a different space. Their limiting factor is space. So we're looking for a space where they can go. Dr. Bell, I'll share with you, there are churches available, also maybe part of the high school if that is available. But that's how they would resolve that problem of being able to serve the students on the fully remote day, Wednesday, or if we do have to go remote at the flip of a switch. There's 2 adults with 10 kids, and they'll split those 2 adults into 2 groups of 10 if we go fully remote. So that's the FKO plan currently. Hope I've illustrated that correctly, but that'll help.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Lord. But the fact is that there's a need, maybe, or an expectation that some of the services provided to students by an outside organization for a fee are going to be using public space.
Yeah, that's a good point. FKO does have a contract with us, and they do.
Well, they do after school and before school when we're not otherwise using that space. The caller had an opinion that if we're going fully
That's a good
remote
point.
at the high school,
Yeah.
and we talked about this a little bit too.
Yeah. I see
If
what
they're
you're
going, why can't we use that space to get everybody socially distanced
Mhm.
at the 6-foot rate and in school 5 days a week? So we'd have enough space. Might be a staffing issue,
Mhm.
but anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Hockman. Mr. Olympio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just start out with kind of telling the public and my fellow committee members kind of where I stand on certain issues. And I have to be honest with you, I'm not afraid of pivoting a week, 2 weeks, 6 weeks into the school year. I have enough faith in our staff and our teachers that we're going to be ready for this. We sent out a survey. I don't know, over 80% of the parents want their children in school in some capacity. I think most people, most parents that feel this way, they're kind of resigned to the fact that, okay, maybe hybrid might be the best way to go, but they at least want that. And again, this is fluid. As of today, we are in the yellow. And if we follow the guidelines, we have that option. I don't think any reasonable person, if a week from now or 3 days from now, I wake up and, our numbers have tripled and we've gotten data that it's spread to kids and just a real bad situation. Absolutely. Then we have to go 100% remote. And I do think we can probably all agree on that we want the remote feature to mirror the school day. I think we're probably all in agreement on that to a degree. But as a parent, I want my children to at least have a chance. I want that choice. And that's what I've been hearing from parents. We all love our kids. We would jump in front of a train for any of them. And it gets a little insulting, not people here, but public, when they question, do you love your children? You're going to send them to school? I don't judge people that come to me that say, John, I am scared to death. I haven't been out of my house in 14 weeks. And I look at them and I say, you know what, I respect that. I respect that. You're taking care of yourself. You're taking care of your family. I don't judge them. And so right now our numbers were in the yellow. I believe that I'm hearing it from parents. They're seeing their children, their personalities, their habits. They're changing, and it's not for the better. There's no hope. I feel, and again, we're all adults. We're all reasonable people. A week from now, if we're in the red and our numbers have tripled and there's just some unfortunate situation, I think we're all adult enough to know that, yes, that is the right thing. So I'm not afraid that come the second week in October, our numbers spike and we get a call from Dr. Videla saying we have to go 100% remote. Well, the way I look at it as a parent, at least my children have had 4-6 weeks to get to know some of their students, their fellow classmates again, get to really know some of their teachers, have that opportunity. So I feel like in some aspects we're like punting on third down at this point. And again, this is a fluid situation, but the way things stand today, I would recommend at a minimum that we start with the hybrid model. And obviously, I would want the high school to certainly be in the hybrid mode, to at a minimum go to school 2 days a week. And again, the hybrid, the remote sessions to mirror their school day. I need to be convinced why we can't do that. The air quality is great up to high school, or at least based on that chart, it's the best out of all the schools, so I don't see any issues as far as that goes. We have a cafeteria, we have libraries. A parent brought up a great point in September or October. We're not using the football field. Wouldn't it be neat to have some classes outside? I've heard some concerns from science teachers about certain classrooms in the school that, they're afraid of ventilation issues. Well, boy, we can move some of those classes maybe into the cafeteria or even outside for 4 to 6 weeks. It's better than nothing. The other thing that keeps me up at night, honestly, and I'm not being super dramatic, but again, it's the inequality. Middle class, upper middle class families, they're going to adjust. The students that do okay, yeah, they're going to do fine. I've heard from parents, we're going to go to private school. I'm going to have to pay for a tutor. And guess what? Their kids will make do. But there's a bunch of kids that aren't going to make do. And God bless our teachers. They'll do the best they can. Our administrators will do the best they can. But as you know, in a normal world, we have those issues. So if we can at least have the chance and the choice to at least start some type of in-school learning for however long it is. And yeah, it'll be too bad if it lasts a day, a week. Who knows? We might be surprised and it might last longer than we could ever imagined. And then the other issue that I want to bring up is Governor Baker's chart. And it's a guide, but I have some questions with it. Like, in other words, so let's just say, and I'm going to hope for the best, that let's say we end up, Peabody falls into the green, and things are trending great and everything like that, and we bring more students back. Then all of a sudden, God forbid, there's an outbreak at Brooksby Village, at Rosewood, and it jumps us up into the yellow. Does that mean we have to change our plans? To me, that wouldn't make sense. Now, I'm not a medical professional, but you can see how these numbers can be skewed. So if again, in just that example, if it's concentrated in these areas and it skews us one way or the other, then I don't know if we necessarily have to be, I don't want to be tied to a chart. It's a nice guide, it gives us a frame of reference, but I would always want to know what's behind the numbers. Just so, that's something that, I would like to look at is certainly, and also too, during the year, I'm guessing or anticipating that again, some schools are going to do better than others. So let's say, God forbid, there's a spike at the Burke School. Say there's an outbreak. Does that mean that we have to shut down the Welch, the Brown, all the other elementary schools, the high school, the Higgins? I hope not. So I hope that we're not pigeonholed into one size fits all, because unfortunately, all schools aren't created equal. And we'll do the best we can to, again, and if it is a certain school that the numbers just aren't getting any better, as we discussed in a prior meeting, then the superintendent will have the authority to say, okay, we might have to make shifts. We might have to move children to different schools if the parents choose. Again, the parents, will have the choice. And as long as we're not in the red and the numbers just aren't crazy, then again, as a parent, I want that choice. And I respect the teachers that don't want to go into the buildings. I respect that. We all have friends and family and loved ones that are in these buildings. And I respect that. And as a district, we will have to address those issues. If the first day, let's just say we start with the hybrid, and let's say the first day of school comes or a few days before school, we find out we don't have enough staff. Then we will have to pivot, but I'm not afraid of making those pivots. I think every parent now is conditioned that their life is going to change on a dime. And I think more parents will understand and appreciate the choice than to just start with no choice at all. So I'll yield. I have some other questions and things to bring up, but that's kind of where I stand in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olympio. Mrs. Carpenter?
Thank you. I want to say thank you to everyone here. There's been an incredible amount of work that's been done. I do respect all of my committee members' opinions, and I value them. And like everyone else here, we've all been getting lots of emails, lots of text messages, phone calls. And one of the things that I've kind of responded to most people about is about choice. And to me, it's very important that everyone has a choice. I think our original plans, gave most parents a choice. You can either be fully remote, and then, the hybrid model was an option to have the students go in. What I'm hearing is parents want a good remote model. They want to make sure that if they're going to have to stay home, or if they want to stay home, that the education that we're providing their students is good, is fair, is rich. And the other thing that I'm hearing is a lot of parents want their children to be in person. And when I look at the planning for reentry and recovery, we did a feasibility study, and it says here, the results of our feasibility study have revealed that 80% of staff prefer to return to in-person learning, full-time or hybrid, and 75% of families prefer in-person learning. When I look at those numbers, and I've had a lot of staff contact me about ensuring that they would be able to also have the same choice that I promote for students, when I look at these numbers, it makes me think that it could work out. Everybody who wants to be in the building can be in the building, and everybody who doesn't. And that's a choice. You know, there's so many different variables going around. You know, you're hearing about childcare options, about pulling the rug out from underneath parents. There's no rug underneath them right now. Everybody's just kind of skimming by, you know, hoping to get their kids back into school. We're talking about childcare options, daycare, what's feasible, you know, what's going to be okay. Cross-contamination, if we do a hybrid model and then they have to go to an after-school or a during-the-day program. It's going to be in our buildings. Why is it okay for them to be in a childcare setting in our building? Why can't we do it in our building? You know, there's a lot of things going on. I don't have the answers to all of them. I don't. And I respect the people that still have not left their house, people that are afraid. You don't have to send your children. And it looks like we have a really good shot of accommodating the staff that don't want to come in. Now, the choices that people make, going to the grocery store, there's outings, there's, a lot of our kids are in programs right now. They're at camps, they're at the rec department, they're playing baseball, they're in childcare settings, which, by the way, a lot of childcare settings, daycares, preschools, stayed open during the entire pandemic, and were successful. And the model that some people, the picture that's being painted of kindergarten kids sitting in a classroom all day long, not moving, not interacting, no socializing, that's false. That's not how it works. We don't have teachers walking around in spacesuits. It can work. And I speak from experience. That's not how we do it in kindergarten. That's not how we do it in preschool. And to have our high school be fully remote, those kids can be the most responsible. So those type of scare tactics, I'm not going for them. The children talk to each other. The children play with each other. You're going to wash the toys. You're going to wash your hands. You're going to keep your mask on. When you're 6 feet apart, you can lower it and you can breathe. I mean, these are the things that early childhood care and education, they're doing it. They're doing it very successfully. So if we can have infants to 5-year-olds in daycare settings being successful, we can have kindergarten through 12th grade being successful. Will it be 100%? Of course, none of us can guarantee that. Should we give it a shot, get them in front, see the value of getting them in front of their educators, and if something happens, yes, we pivot. We are ready, and the parents know that they need to be ready. But to just say it can't be done, I don't believe at all. And we owe it to our high school students to let them go back into the buildings. They can do it. The teachers can do it. It can be done. I do not support a fully remote model for the high school. I'm sure we can figure something out. From what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Vidala, there's an issue with their classes, fitting them all in. Is that correct?
Yes, because they change so often, it becomes a challenge with the cohort, and they're across 7 different teachers who each teach 150 different kids, so it's harder to contain them to smaller cohorts and prevent that mixing. So they do, under the current schedule and under the current model, have 9 transitions during the day, and each teacher is seeing 125 students or so. And so just all of that contact is, in order to bring it down to a cluster model similar to the middle school, they would limit their course offerings. So there's challenges around that.
Right, I totally get the challenges. Was there any, a few people brought it up tonight about kind of having them go maybe by, like somebody said, the 9th graders and the 12th graders, 2 days, or even a certain grade, 2 grades for a week, and then they're off a week. I think the high schoolers can handle it. They just want to get in there. They do. Is there any other models that we can look at that can accommodate?
We'll continue to look at any model possible. I know that the high school administration team met with a number of teachers over the course of the week, and they came up with what they thought was the best reentry plan, and it was a slow phased-in approach. They do want to bring more and more kids back. They want to start with some of the more at-risk kids, but I think we can always look at it and see what the options are to bring more kids back.
Yeah, because I definitely think that you're taking away, we talked a lot about mental health. You have these kids that are just going into the high school, the freshmen, starting their year off without even seeing their teachers or entering that building. And then the seniors who, they were robbed so much at the end of their junior year. And then some of the teachers have painted a picture to me that, it's not going to be what they want. They're not going to get the social aspect. They're going to see their friends. They're going to be in the building. They're going to be out of their house and out of their bed. There's so much going on with our kids' mental health right now. We need to get them back in the buildings, and we can do it, and we can be successful. We have the PPE. Looks like our numbers are good to accommodate everybody who wants to be everywhere they want to be. This feasibility study says that. Just look at the models of early childhood education. Early childhood educators are considered essential employees so that they can let the essential employees go to work. I consider our teachers essential employees. We talked a lot about the citizens, the 52,000 people that are in Peabody. Well, we do owe it to the parents of the 6,000 or so children that we have who are essential employees to have some solid base of sending their children to school. I honestly think it can be successful. I think a lot of people are afraid because they haven't done it yet and they haven't gotten into it yet, but it's masks, it's hand washing, it's the 6 feet. It can be done. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot more cleaning. And you know what? Every time something happens in our world, our teachers adapt. School shootings came. Did we all stay home? No, we adapted, we trained. Wasn't the greatest. But every time something happens, we have to adapt. And I'm not gonna guarantee anybody's safety and their health. Then you don't have to come, you don't have to send your children. But I think we owe it to the parents who are willing to send their children here, who trust us, and let them come. And I do not support a fully remote model. I do not. I would settle with a hybrid. I would prefer everyone to go back 5 days a week, quite honestly. And the parents will know to be ready if we hit the red. I'll yield for now because I know there's still some members that haven't spoken, and I'm sure there's going to be a few more things that come up. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Carpenter. Mrs. Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably the most difficult vote we will ever have to take as a school committee because there is so much involved with this. And I want to pick up on something that Mrs. Carpenter just said. The people trust us. And I think that that has been the most difficult thing for me right now because my opinion of the plan is it is not complete and I can't support it. And the reason that I can't support it is because at the most basic level, I want to be able to provide safety. I want to be able to provide an education to all of our students. That has been the overriding concern forever. But I also want to provide a safe education. And I have so many unanswered questions with the plan before us that I do not feel confident right now in telling people to trust me that their children will be safe, or that our staff will be safe. And the reason for that is because I don't have enough details. And I know, Dr. Vidal, you said it would be a 150-page document. I would read the whole thing. Because my questions get right down to the nitty-gritty. Is every classroom going to have a hand-washing station or a hand-washing solution? I don't know that. I know that I saw a slide that says we're buying masks, we're buying hand wash, and I've lived here long enough and been involved long enough to know that even up until a few years ago, our PTOs were buying the soap and paper towels for these buildings, and up until a couple of months ago, we still had teachers at the high school providing soap in some of those bathrooms. So to have this whole system suddenly become, the land of Oz and have everything we need right now to guarantee that we are providing a healthy and safe environment for the students, I'm really sorry because I don't see it. I need to see that because people trust me. And I am being really honest. There are so many unknowns with this virus, and everybody knows it. We watch the news, we hear from this, we're making decisions based on things we don't really know. We don't know how long this is going to last, we don't know the effect. But what we do know is that it's contagious, and that everything we're doing is to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. And that in itself is very difficult. And people can do everything possible and it can still spread. People say that, children don't get this and that they don't have these reactions and, the same symptoms as adults. And you know what? On the news, I've read the stories and seen the numbers, and it sounded really far off because I know personally of adults who have passed away. But the kids, it was so rare. And I was stunned yesterday to find out that we had 63 children in Peabody who have the coronavirus and that the number went to 66. That right there brought it home. We deal with kids. Everything that I've read medically is talking about the after effects, that if you're lucky enough to survive COVID, people don't just all walk out and have, a great recovery. There's damage that people don't even know happens, and they still don't know what happens with children. And that's why, if people are trusting me to make a good decision, then I have to say that my decision tonight is we are not ready to provide a safe environment for learning if everyone goes back into these buildings, and even if we do a hybrid. I don't know who's going to clean the classrooms. I don't know what they're going to do to clean the classrooms. We don't have enough custodians as it is to keep the buildings clean, and now we're going to add to the regular cleaning of the buildings. No one has told me who's going to wipe down the desks, the custodians or the teachers or the kids. What do we do for people who have allergies to the cleaning supplies? What happens every year when we open school in good times? 2 weeks after school opens, everybody gets sick. They call it the Peabody crud, and among other names. We know that that's going to happen. It's allergies, it's colds, it's people getting back together again if they haven't been together all summer. It's dust, it's God knows what. I don't know. Mr. Miko, you go through it worse than the rest of us, so you could probably explain it better than me. What are we going to do when that happens, and it will, and you've got people who are terrified about COVID, and you're trying to convince them that it's not COVID, it's just, the regular annual allergies / getting back together / whatever. And then what I also don't know is what is our plan if someone does have the COVID virus? How do we deal with that on a classroom basis? How do we deal with that on a grade or a school basis? Who will do the contact tracing? All of the school nurses were doing that in their role as public health nurses. Are they going to continue to do that while they're working in the schools? What is the plan for each school if a child does show up sick? How do we isolate that child? How do we deal with space issues? Classroom ventilation. I saw those numbers. I was thrilled. Because we've got classrooms where I don't even know how you got any ventilation numbers because there's no ventilation. We've got people working in closets. And actually, the majority of the people working in the closets are the ones who give the mental health counseling to our students. Yeah, we can move people. Do we have a plan to move them? We have classes taking place in spaces in our buildings that were not designed as classrooms. How are we going to handle that? Those are the questions that I have. In addition to all the questions that people have been contacting us with, we had some wonderful questions tonight. We all got letters and emails and telephone calls, and a lot of people have brought up a lot of really good questions, and I can't find those answers. I can't give answers to those questions, and that's what doesn't allow me to support the plan going forward. I think we have a lot more work to do before we can give people a definitive plan on how we're going to open the schools and what we're going to do to make a safe educational experience. So right now, I can't support it. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know people are working very hard. I know the work has to continue. But to make a decision tonight, I can't support it because I don't have the confidence in that. And I feel bad because I know people want choice. And I understand that. But right now, I can't confidently give them that choice because I don't have enough details and I don't have enough answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dunn. Mr. Miko?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, and I just wanted to thank Mr. Hockman, Mr. Olympio, and Ms. Carpenter. Obviously, we're on the different sides here, but you're advocating for a group of people, and I really appreciate that. You guys have done a great job. Obviously, I'm in disagreement, respectfully. I just wanted to go through a couple of items that came up during this roundtable, this discussion. One of the things was choices, and we've heard it over and over, and parents having the choice of going hybrid, going remote, they're taxpayers and so forth, and absolutely, they deserve choices. One group that also deserves choices are teachers. And I firmly believe that teachers are the second most important people in a building behind children. I want them to feel safe. I want them to feel like they're valued. I want them to feel that their voice matters. 160 to 175 teachers, I could probably get a better number from central office, live in the city. They are taxpayers. They draw a check from the city of Peabody. They're going out to our restaurants. They're buying gas at Holden Oil. They're buying ice cream at Treadwell's. They're spending money here in the city. They're just as valued. I want their opinions to matter as well. And The amount of teachers that have reached out to me over the last 2 weeks is just absolutely amazing on not wanting to come into a building because they feel like that it's not safe. So I just wanted to put that out there. There was mention of possible cases, and you know, we're going to use those as COVID cases. Well, as Ms. Dunn said, any kid who comes into the nurse's office that has symptoms, we're going to have to treat that like a COVID possibility situation because it could be. So that could draw it up. That will cause anxiety during that first few weeks of school. You know I get a flu shot first week of October because that's when it's offered, but that's when the flu season starts, right around that time. There was mention of the 3-foot distancing and how we can do that. It's amazing how that 3-foot distancing came into play. I've never seen that until it came into play a couple of weeks ago. I go to Market Basket, I go to Stop and Shop, I see all these signs, 6 feet of distancing. You know, you can't even walk into a pro sports stadium right now. They've got 60,000 seats. They won't let one person in to watch a baseball game. It's amazing. The one thing that has really, truly come out of this COVID period over the last 5 months is something that teachers and educators have known for many, many years. I was having a discussion with a neighbor, and he brought it up, and it really made me think about this. Education is such a classist system, public education is. And we saw that in March and April. We saw the food insecurity. And through the chair, Ms. Olympio had mentioned how, yeah, you know, that group is the most vulnerable because the middle class kids, the upper middle class, they'll be okay. The parents will adjust. You know, they have, you know, each kid has their own bedroom. Each kid has their own desk, possibly their own Chromebook or computer. But that other group that I mentioned in the situation where it's a classless education system, they don't have that. They may have 3 or 4 people in an apartment that is a 2-bedroom apartment, and they share that home with their grandmother. So that really changes things. There was mention of you know, nursing homes, you know, Rosewood, Brooksby Village, Leahy Clinic. Our residents work there, and they go home to their kids or their parents. And those kids in turn come into our schools. That's how this spreads. I was thinking earlier today, and I thought to myself, how do you fix a difficult situation? Sometimes a difficult situation, in order to fix it, you have to think in simple terms. You know, if there's a car accident or someone's hurt or someone is down, you dial 911. It's simple, it's easy, you just do it. And I just think, in this case, the most simple situation is to think about safety. And for me, thinking about safety is an easy thing for me to do, but I know how difficult it is for many people to think that we're making this decision. But for me, it's all about safety. It's the only thing that matters right now. And I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miko. Mr. Hockman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hamiko. I think you did better than Walter Cronkite in some advertising. But
was that good?
It was very good. I just want to, if I can, through the mayor, address a few points that Mr. Hamiko has raised. You know, I remember, and I think you were still here. You were here when Ray Smoyer was the principal at the McCarthy Elementary School. And I remember Ray, I thought Ray was a great principal, and he really cared a lot about kids. He cared a lot about kids who came from difficult backgrounds and upbringings. And I remember him talking to me one day. I was over there for, I think with Peter McCarthy for a Veterans Day ceremony. And Ray started talking to me about kids that attended the McCarthy school, that lived in mobile homes, that the only place that they had to do homework was in closets within the mobile homes. And I know we all think about that population, so I'm not, you know, just bringing it up as a, you know, you talk about, we know that there are more affluent people, families, students in our community who have other opportunities. But I mean, that was the level of it, and we see it with food insecurity. We see it as we deliver food to mobile home parks. You know, we might need to get Alta El Rico involved in condemning some of these spaces because it's that deplorable. But I'm going to now, we've all had at least one opportunity to speak. I'm now going to make an argument for returning fully in person beginning September 16th, 5 days a week. Before I start in on that, I do want to raise a few points that some of our parents and educators and residents and citizens who chimed in during public participation made. And one of those points, Ms. Vecchio talked about some sort of special education forum and outreach, and I think that that's a great idea. I mean, I think that's a population, both in terms of students and families, that are having difficult experiences with whether it's a hybrid model or a remote model and services. And I think that there was also another woman, Mrs. Muse, Christina Muse, who talked about live special education evaluations. And I don't know where we stand on that, Doc, and I'm not, they stuck out to me, so I just wanted to bring them up. We've kept statistics on COVID-19 in the Commonwealth, at least, probably in the United States of America, since around March of 2020. And we immediately transitioned once we learned about this horrible virus, and stayed home initially it was a day. Remember being up in the administration building with Dr. Kerbel and a whole host of other stakeholders and talking about, I think Dr. Lord was there, and I think Ms. Dunn was there, and you know, we were talking about planning and what do we do, and really talking out of ignorance. I mean, we didn't know anything about this disease, and we were just, you know, how do we navigate this? And 2 hours into the meeting, Mayor Betancourt comes up and says, we're shutting down for 2 weeks. And that was the right thing to do at the time, because we didn't have the understanding. Nobody wore a face mask. No one wore a face mask at that meeting. Nobody wore gloves. Nobody used hand sanitizer. Nobody stayed 6 feet apart. We were actually all around big conference tables, and then we broke into small groups of 8 or 10 people and went into a tiny space. You know, we all know the small rooms over at the administration building. No face masks, no anything. And that was because that was the best information that we had at the time, and the mayor had the foresight to shut everything down for 2 weeks, and then we shut down for a month, and then, you know, for the balance of the school year. And why did we do that? We were told we needed to flatten the curve, right? We couldn't have this spike in COVID-19 cases to inundate and overrun our healthcare professionals and our hospitals in the event that there were segments of our population that were going to require real serious medical care. And we did that. We accomplished that, and we know that because we look at the charts, the data, right? We peaked sometime in April, and I hope, and I'm sure we all hope, that that's the peak of all peaks, right? I mean, we don't know, and I get that, but right now, from that peak in April, we've trended down with a few minor ticks up, but nothing compared to or close to the numbers that we saw in March and April. And we've, at least in this state, gone from, and I think we still have the third highest death total in the country, but a vast majority of that happened in the spring, the late winter and early spring. I'm not a statistician, and I don't understand how we look at some numbers. I look at, as the latest data we have, if we include the total confirmed cases and the total suspected cases, there are 42 combined cases in Peabody. We have 52,000 in that week period. I think it's a period looking at the week ending August 15th. We have 52,000 residents in the city. To me, I do the math, that calculates to 0.000807%. not over 4%, not where we were in the spring, where I think it was double digits, but let me say that again, 0.000807%. We were told when Dr. Vidala and his staff performed some feasibility studies that we have space in this district to have students 3 foot socially distanced and have room for every student in this district to attend school 5 days a week. And through the chair to Mr. Amico, that 3 foot number came up of social distancing through the Department of Early and Secondary Education as a result of things that are happening in different places around the world. I believe it's Europe, Dr. Vidal, and maybe parts of Asia, who were using 3 feet of social distancing for schools, for students, for young people who aren't being dramatically affected by the virus. And they started school in 3 feet social distancing, which caused the State Department of Education to adopt that standard, and that became the guidance that I think is still in play throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. There have been zero deaths for any person under the age of 20 in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. 0. There have been, we've not only flattened the curve, but with the data that we just received from Ms. Cameron, the hospital rate is decreasing, the death rate is down, and there have been no deaths in Peabody, and I want to get this right. I wrote it down here. 0 people in Peabody under 40 years, 0 people in Peabody under 40 years old have died from COVID or COVID-related death. 0. No deaths in Peabody since at least July 11th, and I say at least July 11th is just as a window or a range, and I don't know where in that range this death occurred. No person under the age of 80 has died in Peabody since at least June 14th. No death is good. We've all experienced people who either directly we've lost in family or friends, or we know people who've lost family and friends. No death, is justified, but the facts are, the science is that people under the age of 40, even if they're contracting this virus, are recovering. They're not being hospitalized, they're not dying. We now have some guidance from the MIAA about athletics. And they're suggesting that there are some sports that are going to be permissible in the fall. And I don't want to rehash old times, but I remember when I suggested that students who didn't attend Peabody High School, who homeschooled, were going to participate in athletics. We had vigorous debates over that subject, and part of the argument was, well, we have an attendance policy at Peabody High School, and how are we going to be able to tell if kids who are staying home to homeschool are actually schooling, and, well, if they don't attend school, they can't participate in practice or in a game. And we also have a policy on conduct at Peabody High School, and if kids are homeschooling, how can we know? And I remember one committee member talked to me about, well, what if 2 siblings get into an argument during the course of the day? If they did that at the high school, they would have got sent to a dean and they wouldn't have been able to go to practice. Well, I'll throw it back out there. How do we know if we're fully remote, who can go to a high school practice or a game, or who's even eligible to play on a team? The science for kids age 20 and under, I think is clear. I think, and I'm not 100% positive on this, is that there are 14 people under the age of 20 in the entire United States have passed away. We have 380 million people in this country. I'm told, I don't know whether I believe it or not, but I'm told by a variety of people who have called me, I feel like a Simon and Garfunkel song. I've been libeled, I've been slandered, and it's an old song in the 60s, but called me a murderer for suggesting that kids go back to school. And I fall back to Ms. Carpenter's point in that we're not demanding any student or any staff member or teacher go back to school. We're giving parents a choice. And in the plan that is before us so far, those choices do not include full in-person education. If we believe that there are 170 people in the United States of America who have passed away, unfortunately, from COVID or COVID-related issues, I don't know where the number comes from, but I think that 380 million residents or people living in the United States is a pretty accurate number. I mean, we'll get a more accurate number as the census is completed. But with that, if we accept those numbers, we have a death rate of 0.00044% in the entire country. 0.00044%. There's probably a better chance of hitting the lottery. To shut down public education with the statistics and the data that we have, to me, it's just not appropriate. We may need to transition at some point, right? This is a fluid subject. We all agree. I think it's the one thing we all agree on. We are a house divided tonight, not to bring up, Abe Lincoln and the 13th Amendment, but we are a house divided tonight, respectfully and courteously, but we all agree that if numbers change, if the data and the science change, we immediately, as Doc said, we take a snow day, map it out, figure it out. We're gonna take these PD days that I think are appropriately granted to help teachers, help staff members with remote learning, help teachers and staff members with PPE. I think you wanted to bring it up earlier. Someone called in about IT professionals and data coaches, data learning, what's the term?
Digital learning coaches?
Digital learning coaches. We've accomplished that, right?
Yes.
I mean, we've been ahead of the curve on that. We've been ahead of the curve on technology in a lot of ways, and that's great if we need to get to that fully remote model. I'm as confident as Ms. Carpenter is that we get there. We have talented teachers. I mean, if we can't expect people who have master's degrees plus to figure it out, I don't think we can expect people with an 8th grade education or less to figure it out, right? I mean, that's what we're expecting. So I submit that there's at least one other community around us, and I know Mr. Arnottis mentioned that there are several that are red and trending up. There are several that are going the other way, and perhaps we're more like a city, perhaps we're more like a town, and I think that varies depending upon what part of the city you're in. There are more congested places, and I don't want to talk about overdevelopment tonight. It's a whole nother subject for another time. But, we do have Middleton that has voted to have full in-person learning. We do have St. John the Baptist right here in our downtown, our own downtown, who is going to have full in-person learning. When I look at the population that I think Mr. Arnottis and Mr. Olympio talked about, I worry about civil rights issues. I say that because we do have people who are affluent enough who are on the verge of pressing a button to Malden Catholic, to St. John Prep, to St. Mary's and Lynn, places that are going live. And they're ready to press a button and take their kids out of our high school, take their kids out of our middle school, so that they can have a full 5-day learning experience in person. We have a bigger population that doesn't have that choice, right? We have a bigger population that doesn't have that choice. So we're now not only going to say to the more affluent folks in our community, don't worry about the tutor and don't worry about, just go to private school because you can afford it, and we're just going to further widen the gap. And that scares me. And I think that scares most of us. And I'm looking at your expressions. And it does because, you know, we all care about everybody in our school system, particularly that population. We've had those conversations during budget sessions when Title I monies were diverted into other areas, and we've talked about Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for that population. So I don't want to see that. I want to see a robust public education system here in Peabody with a diverse population, all in class all the time. So with all that, I am now move that we direct the superintendent of Peabody Public Schools to submit a plan to the Commissioner of Education for full in-person learning grades, pre-K to 12, 5 days a week. So moved.
Second.
Okay, you heard the motion by Mr. Hockman, seconded by Mrs. Carpenter for discussion. Mr. Arnottis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think this is one of the most dynamic conversations we've had since I have been on this board, and I appreciate the thoughtful comments and concerns that everyone has brought. I love my colleagues here. I completely disagree with the characterization of some of my comments that I heard, but that's okay. I keep going. Like I said, the safety box is not checked. Nothing I've heard so far tonight checks that box for me, and I think anything that is not initially remote is a logistical nightmare for us. So those 2 points I'm locked in on. But 2 words I keep going back to are empathy and equity. And look, we are a big city. Some people feel that we're multiple cities. When you drive down Lowell Street, sometimes you look around and you think, am I in the same city? Yeah, and you ask that 3 times over. But we are one community, and we need to move together as far as I'm concerned. And I care, like I said, I care about the person who's probably going to be going through the most difficult experience here. And we need to solve that problem. And look, nothing would make me happier to have in-person learning in some capacity and make sure it's safe and valuable. That's truly what I want. That's what we all want. But the warning signs around us are flashing big red lights that we're probably going to be forced into remote learning. And let's hope we're not permanently. But I think for now, because that's what it looks like we're going to get to, why not perfect it as much as we can with the time in front of us and then work from there? Why is that so hard? What is the difference between September 16th, October 1st, or October 15th? We have been out of school since March 13th. What is an extra 2 weeks going to do to us? I understand that Middleton's going back. Let's watch what happens in Middleton. If Beverly's doing a hybrid, let's see if they do it well. Why do we need to be a test case for people? I am not willing to gamble, frankly, with this district, with our education, with our students and our staff. And with all due respect, I appreciate that daycares have been open. I don't know if they open the doors to hundreds of students, but I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't call a teacher basically dressing like a bad science fiction novel to be a scare tactic, because I've had teachers tell me they'll dress like that if we go back. And I don't blame them, because I wouldn't stand in front of a classroom right now. Other people might be comfortable. I'm not, and I'm not comfortable bringing people together to do that. We have different opinions there, and that's fine. That's what we have to solve here. But we are, like I have said, we are not a small town. We all have the same zip code here. We need to move together. It's a city of 52,000 people, and we have thousands of students that we need to serve, and we need to make sure they're being served well and start from there. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to keep going back to the point of this whole turning on a dime thing, that parents are just going to be able to do it right off the bat. Maybe some of the parents that you folks speak to can. I've spoken to plenty who cannot just flip on a dime. There are plenty of people tonight who aren't even watching because they're working right now. They're on a second shift. What do we do for those people? Are we guaranteeing that their kid is going to get a valuable education? We need to step together on this. We're all dealing with this. You know, I hate because it has become a cliche, but we are in this together, quite frankly. And we need to act that way. We need to have a little empathy for other people. I keep hearing my choice, my choice, my choice. As a board, this is our choice to take this step, and we need to take it slowly. And I would much rather have another city or town like us take that step first, watch what they do, because I do not want a month in to people for some other city, from some other school committee, to point to Peabody and say, well, we can't do that because look what happened in Peabody. Is that what we want, just to make a point? that we need to learn the hard way what the cities around us have apparently already learned or are going to be forced to learn, it doesn't make any sense to me. If it did, I would be in support. I fully understand that parents want kids in the classroom. I've talked to hundreds of people at this point who want that. I get it. But I just don't see it being safe and logical to go right in. Let's take baby steps before jumping in. And I appreciate the comments here, but I really think we need to be smart and wise that we are a big, diverse city with a lot of different problems. We have to talk about food service. We have to talk about daycare coverage, basically. What are kids going to do if we are forced into remote? I know there are some programs with FKO, and I appreciate that, but that's a big issue we need to solve. And as much, we're talking about having faith in our teachers, and I have extreme faith in them, but we're saying we have faith in them, and then we're saying that we didn't provide an adequate remote learning in the spring, and that we'll be able to flip on our dime, and our teachers are going to be ready to flip on a dime. That's contradictory, quite frankly, to say, okay, we're good to go when we weren't good to go when we had to flip on a dime already. Let's make sure, if we go fully remote now, and then we phase into a hybrid model in mid-October or November, and let me just be very clear, I'll take this vote every week, every 2 weeks, whatever appeases people. Let's slow roll it, like you have said. We're watching the numbers. I'm realistic, but we need to take this slow and go from there. Why are we rushing into this? Why do we want to be the first? I don't understand it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, if this was not us going into the fall, and it wasn't the normal time of year to go back to school, would we even be having this conversation that we're just going to open the building up? Come on. We had less COVID cases here than we did, a month or two ago. You see the uptick going a little bit. We all have concerns, and with all due respect, Mr. Hoffman, you did say the science is clear. We are 6 months into this. I don't think the science is clear on anything, and that's why I don't want to gamble with a lot of people's lives. And some of the comments I'm hearing are pretty cavalier with people's health and safety. I just don't think we need to rush into this, and I don't know why we would. What is the difference of a couple weeks? If we're saying that, hey, it might be great in November, then if it's great in November, let's go. Let's make this hybrid work, because who knows? It could be great in November and horrible in December, but guess what? If we have to go from hybrid to remote in that time, we're going to have a damn good system if we started out in remote initially and perfected that. I mean, we can't flip on a dime and have teachers teach from the classroom, which is what we all want if we have to go remote. You can't do that overnight. Let's prepare and work up, not work from the middle and then have to step back when what looks like is going to happen is going to happen. To me, it is just logistics more than anything else. If you take the emotion out of it, it's what makes the most sense. I know there's a difference between what people want and what's realistic, but we need to do what is realistic. And I get, we had the survey and it had high numbers, and I think that was now a little dated anyway, so I would be curious to see what that looks like, because I think people's opinions change as we learn new things. But again, you have 90-year-olds who are asymptomatic and they don't know they have it, and there are 24-year-old baseball stars who get this disease and then have permanent heart damage and can never play again. There's a lot of risks here, and we can't gamble with so many people's health and safety right now. Let's take it slow, watch what other people do, and go from there, and provide a sound, remote, temporary education for now.
Thank you, Mr. Arnottis.
Thank you.
Mr. Miko?
Thank you, through the chair. I won't be supporting this motion. First of all, according to Governor Baker's chart, I don't even think we would qualify, because we're a yellow city, I don't think we qualify for even going in full. I think we would be stopped or for lack of words, we just wouldn't be allowed by the state to do so, or DESE, because we're a yellow community. I could be wrong, but I'll continue on that. Staffing issues. From the amount of teachers that have reached out to me, I would imagine we're going to have ourselves a pretty good battle here if we're going to open up 5 days a week in person, because teachers were not willing to go into a hybrid situation. I can't imagine that few of them or more of them would want to come into a full situation. I think that would be very difficult to do. Again, public health. I can't imagine our public health department would support that. And then again, I really don't feel as though this is, although we are taking a vote, we usually take votes on budgets and curriculum and hiring people and so forth. This is more of a community decision. I think what we decide tonight is not only going to impact our parents and students, it's going to impact the whole community. It really is going to set the stage for what could be 3 weeks, 2 months, 3 months down the road. If we decide to put students and teachers in buildings and a spike happens, and an uptick of cases, that could have dramatic effects on our community. So I won't be supporting it, but thank you for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Miko. All right, well, I think it's very clear that we are at 3-3 on these topics, and that would mean that I break a tie. So I want to share my thoughts and feelings on this. This has been a terrific debate, as I expected and anticipated. These arguments were very strong. And so here's where I stand. It certainly has been, everybody has talked about it's been a very challenging and difficult time. And it's been made all the more challenging and difficult during this particular decision because I've had the opportunity, like all of you, to speak to so many people, communicate with them through text messages or emails, and people who I have great respect for, people who I'm close friends with, as we all are, different people that we communicate with. And there's different sides that everybody's taking, and they're all points that are very legitimate, very real. They're stated with passion, they're stated with intelligence, and very thoughtful comments. So, I've tried to weigh this position not only as mayor and as the school committee chair, but also as a parent of 4 children. I have 3 that are in the schools right now. Last year I was one of the parents that had, and I think there was somebody who called in earlier that had one in elementary school, 1 in middle school, and 1 in high school. I had that as well. This year I'll have 1 in the high school and 2 in the middle school, and I'll have 1 in it's amazing for me to say, but probably going into preschool at some point, hopefully. And, it gives me comfort that people have a choice here. They can opt out. Teachers, there's going to be situations where they're not going to be able to teach, but ultimately I would like to try and give our students a chance to go with a hybrid. I do think that adolescents need to be around other adolescents. I think that we have to give the opportunity for students to develop bonds with their teachers, develop bonds with other students, and that's obviously very, very difficult to do remotely, and I'd like to give them that opportunity in a hybrid format. I'd also like to have our high school students be in a hybrid as well, and I know that's going to be very difficult. I'm hoping that our superintendent and his team can work and to try to come up with a hybrid scenario, a hybrid situation for our high school students. I'm hoping that can be arranged as well. But for this to be successful, there's going to have to be a lot of work done ahead over the next few weeks, a lot of work ahead of us. Protection, certainly, curriculum, technology. There's going to be a lot of efforts in a number of key areas to try to make this work for all of us. And I know we have a very strong team here in central administration. I think our superintendent we're very fortunate to have Dr. Vidala, Dr. Lord, and our administration, our principals. We have outstanding teachers. I think we all know that. We all have said that. I think we have excellent union leadership with our teachers and our administrators. And it's going to be a team effort on this. And there's going to be road bumps, certainly, and there's going to be people that are just not ready for it. And that's why I'm glad that our students have the opt-out. Parents have that ability to opt out if they're not comfortable, and I respect that. We all have to make that decision. And I know there's going to be teachers that are going to have difficult times, and that's going to be our responsibility to try to work with those teachers to see what we can do for them. But I think a lot of work is going to have to go into this. We're doing the same thing at City Hall. We're going to be opening up City Hall as well. I'm figuring it's going to be at the same time, around September 16th, so people can have access to that building, and we're working our way up to that point. but that's going to happen as well. Certainly, I think that's critical for our city to take the next step. So I think there's, without question, there's risk no matter what direction we go. We look at the physical well-being of our residents, our teachers, our students, the mental health, which certainly I've seen very up close, like all of us have, of our teachers and our students, and certainly the educational work that's required. I think that all of those have to be weighed, and there's no right or wrong answer here. But that's kind of my feeling, that I can support a hybrid, give our students, our teachers, our administrators the opportunity to see if we can make that happen. And then depending on numbers, there may have to be some adjustments. So great debate, very powerful arguments. Actually, I expected it to be even more than I thought, which I commend all of us on. And so that's kind of the way I feel. Mr. Hockman, I wouldn't be able to support your motion as presented, but I would support the motion as a hybrid for, as presented, but I also would like the high school to have a hybrid opportunity as well. So that's where I stand on this.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
thank you. I can count like you can, so I'm going to amend my motion. And not put us through the labor of a roll call. So I'm going to amend my motion that we adopt a hybrid model, pre-K through 12, with the understanding that the administration is going to need to do some further work in terms of what the high school looks like. We don't know what that looks like.
I got it. That's good.
But also with I think the committee's been clear tonight that the remote days, we're looking for live learning, in real-time, in-person learning. And I know that that's more, perhaps that's more of an impact bargaining issue. I'm not sure that it is, but I'll leave that to the superintendent. So I don't know. That was the wordiest motion and maybe the most incoherent motion I've ever made. Remote all the way around.
I'll second.
Okay, so any questions on the motion? I just want to make sure we're clear on the motion. Mr. Amico?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Hockman. I just need clarification on the remote piece on that. Is it that one day? And you're asking about?
No, for me at least, and I'm only speaking for myself here, it's the 2 days.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the Wednesday is the more small group instruction and maybe some added, additional assistance for students within a class that need it. I can see that. But the 4 day, we should have 4 days of live instruction. 2 are at home and 2 are in school. In other words, kids are in front of a computer, there's a camera in front of a teacher, and just the teacher. I'm not looking to any students or anything like that. But the students, the 12 students that are home, for example, see the teacher providing the classroom lesson real time.
And
Yes,
through
please, you have the
chair
floor,
to
Mr. Amico.
to Mr. Hock, see
Well, you
see what
are,
I did?
okay.
Mr. Hockman, I would like to leave that to administration on that live
Yep.
portion, just because you will have teachers who will have students in front of them, hypothetically, and then live streaming outside. I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah, so maybe let me clarify.
Okay.
I did word that all very poorly.
No, that's okay.
No,
It's been a long night.
I think the component about the remote learning experience was more anecdotal to Dr. Vidala. I think we all kind of at some point in some fashion expressed a preference, a strong preference for that. And I think that was more instructional perhaps, but not, the hybrid aspect of the plan is concrete.
Okay.
Right? I mean, does that make sense?
Well,
You're going to have to reiterate this.
If I may, if we could have that same plan that Dr. Vidala had for elementary, hybrid, and move that to high school as well, with his team's input in getting the teachers and administration together, and they figuring out the best possible model from there. I think we're not overstepping our boundaries, but I think we're getting into a position where they need to feel comfortable, the teachers need to feel comfortable, and they need to work together to figure it out. That's all I'm saying. But I'm okay with I still won't vote for it, but I'm okay amending it so that it looks like the model that Dr. Vidala had, and then he can work on it with his team and teachers, and let the educators figure it out.
Before I go to, thank you, Mr. Miko. Before I go to Mr. Olympio, I'm very comfortable with that. I think that Dr. Vidala and his team have to have the ability to speak with the teachers. I think our teachers, the union needs to weigh in on this, and the committee has to kind of work out some of these details. But, you know, I think that has to kind of take place, you know, in the days ahead here.
Sure.
But I think the overall concept, you know, is the hybrid model that, you know, I would just like to expand from K through 8 to K through 12. So,
Perfect.
on that, Mr. Olympio?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think some of the concern, and maybe might be Mr. Miko's concern and other people's concern, is on the remote days, it's clear that all parents and students prefer that it mirrors the actual school day, the remote days. I guess what we might have to work out is maybe privacy issues. I wouldn't want anybody to say what kind of parent would let their sixth grader go to school in the middle of the winter with a tank top and shorts or something. I mean, something like that.
Dallas Cowboys jersey.
Exactly.
Who would ever let their kid wear a...
Right, don't out me.
New York Yankees jersey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, and I can appreciate that. So if there's somehow, some way, we can zoom it on the whiteboard and work out, you know, to make everybody feel comfortable at home, and all kidding aside, I mean, there are some issues that parents might feel uncomfortable with. I'm hoping we can work that out. And I can appreciate those concerns, and I would want to, you know, try to figure that out as well. And hopefully we can, technology-wise. Just zoom on the whiteboard and the teacher, and we don't necessarily see who's, you know, asking questions or anything like that. So, thank you.
Yep. Any other comments? We have a motion before us. Everybody clear on the motion? Ms. Harris, can you roll call vote, please?
No?
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes. Okay. I know we have some other items here on the superintendent's report. Want to plow through, or do you want to take a minute?
A couple of
Okay.
minutes. Thank you.
Yep, let's take a 2-minute break, and we do have a few more items to try to wrap up before. Okay, I'd like, it's coming up, well, it's 10:58. I think we have to take a motion to go past 11. Mrs.
Motion
Dunn?
to suspend the rules so we can meet past 11 PM.
Second.
Okay, you've heard that motion from Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Amico. Are we all in favor? Okay. That motion is passed unanimously. I was thinking of talking to Dr. Vidala. I mean, there's a couple of other items on the superintendent's report, and we certainly have our subcommittee reports. I was going to suggest that we maybe push those off till we have a meeting next Tuesday night, unless there's something critical that you all want to discuss. There was one item I did want to go to Mrs. Dunn on her subcommittee report on quality and standards. But if it's okay, if we push everything off until the following week, the meeting on August, what are we looking at, 25th? So we'll have that meeting, and those items will be just put at that time. And if there's no objection, I'd just like to go to Mrs. Dunn under subcommittee reports, quality and standards. Mrs. Dunn, I know there's a couple of items. I want to give that to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, everyone on the committee. What you have before you tonight in our packet is file number EBCFA, and it is concerning face coverings. This is a policy, and all of the ones we'll discuss tonight are definitely COVID-related. The Subcommittee on Quality Standards met prior to this meeting, and it was the vote of the subcommittee to present the face coverings policy to you this evening for a first reading with one change. If you look at the very bottom of that policy, there is a sentence, a student's mask or face covering is to be provided by the student's family. The change will read, staff members may provide their own face covering, or if they choose to, the district will provide face coverings. Everything else in that policy stays as it is written in front of you. So the recommendation of the subcommittee, and I will make a motion to support the implementation of the face covering policy with the amendment for first reading tonight, with the plan to have a second reading next week. So moved.
Second.
Heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Olympio. I think we're all in favor. Please go ahead, Mrs. Dunn.
Okay, thank you. Then in addition, there are numerous policy issues. The subcommittee went through those this evening. There are some that we feel are perfectly fine to recommend to you for passage this evening for first reading. There are others that we know need to be held. And so what I will bring to you tonight is the policies that we recommend action on this evening. And I'll give you a full report of the subcommittee next week and probably come forward with the policies we think need a little bit more work. Okay. So on the recommendation of the Subcommittee on Quality and Standards, if you look at the second page of that memorandum, file JCA, we recommended that be approved this evening for first reading. All of these are to last only for the duration of the emergency declaration. And these are all designed to allow the superintendent to be able to take quick action on various issues that affect the students and the staff during this time. They are all policies which require the superintendent to inform the school committee of these changes, but this is to leave him some flexibility in going forward. So for example, student assignments to schools. Subject to guidance from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, the superintendent may suspend or revise the assignment of students to schools, including the assignment of new students, for such a period as the emergency declaration is enforced. That's file JCA. I read it to you as an example. Our recommendation, and again I'll make a motion, that file JCA be adjusted and amended for the time period of the emergency declaration as written on this policy. So moved.
Second.
You've heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Olympio. We will need a roll call on that, please, Mrs. Harris.
Yes.
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 Yes. For consolidation, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll just list them all in one vote, and then you'll only have to do one roll call. If anyone does want to carve out one, please speak up, but I think you'll see these are very, I can't say routine, but they're pretty straightforward. Okay, so I'd like to make a motion for first reading approval of file IC/ICA, which is concerning the school calendar, which will allow the superintendent to suspend or revise the school calendar with the approval of the school committee following through on our normal procedures. The next one would be class size, file IIB, which would allow the superintendent, when necessary, if he had to change class sizes, which we have already done under the hybrid model, to be able to do that subject to collective bargaining agreements where applicable. The next one that the committee approved was time on learning, which is file IC/ICA and ID. The next one would be grades and retention, file IKE. Local graduation requirements, file IKF. Special education, file IHB, IHBA, IHBAA, and IHBF. Discipline and suspension, file JIC and file JK. exemptions for particular groups of students regarding the use of masks for younger children and high-risk students, which is file JL. Job descriptions, file GCA, which would allow the superintendent, when necessary, to adjust any job descriptions that have to be adjusted pursuant to discussion with collective bargaining units, as well as coming to the school committee. And then file, hang on. File JH in the student athletic handbook. File KI, visitors in schools and buildings. File JLCC, illness and contract tracing. File EEA, EEAA, EEAEC, EEAG. Ms. Harris, I'll give you the printout.
I'm thankful I'm not taking
I know.
this.
Transportation and busing. File EC, ECA, operations and plant maintenance. So moved.
Second.
Heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Arnottis. On the motion, Mr. Huckman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Dunn. Ms. Dunn, thank you for reading all of that. I do have a question on class size, which I believe is file, is it IIB, my vision?
It's, yeah, let me see. I'm looking at it. Yes, file IIB.
So through the mayor to you, Ms. Dunn, it's my understanding that we do have a class size limitation in our collective bargaining agreement in terms of a ceiling, but not a floor, and we, in the hybrid model that we've just adopted, are gonna have less than the maximum number of students permitted in a classroom. Why would we need this policy?
These are all recommended to be able to give the superintendent that ability. For example, we are recommending the reduction in class sizes because of the hybrid model with, two different actually 3 cohorts, which is going to, change the number of students in that class. But it gives him that flexibility to be able to make those determinations, because we did have a policy, I don't know if it's a policy or past practice, that at the high school level, you had to have a certain number of students in a course for it to go forward. And obviously, we've met that currently to be able to offer that course, but now we're going to cut the number of people in that course to allow our plan involving cohorts to go forward. So this makes everyone aware that the superintendent is able to make that, and that it will not be changed. Dr. Vidala, would you like to help with that explanation?
Does this also work both ways in suspending the policy on class size for, say, students who are remote, and changing the class limits, and say maybe having 28 kids in a remote class versus having 27? I don't know if it does, that's why I'm asking.
I think that.
Subject to collective bargaining.
Subject to collective bargaining, so that does.
So if that helps the health and safety of students who are coming into the building, that may be an option.
Right.
I'm saying that it's a reason to have a policy that would be subject to collective bargaining, just to give us flexibility on both ends.
Right, because you may have to change different class sizes depending on who knows what's gonna happen.
Just about.
Yeah. Okay.
On the motion, yes, you all set, Mr. Huckman? Mr. Olympio?
Yes, through the chair. And do we want to make mention of the policies that we're holding off on? Because there are some.
Yeah, we can do that after the ones
Okay.
we move on,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. And then we have one with an amendment, but I'll just go with those. Those were all as written.
Okay, do we need to, we have
Take a
that
vote.
motion in front of us?
Yeah.
Okay, any questions before roll call? Leanna, we have a roll call on that, please?
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you. And there is one additional that we wanted to move forward, but it does have a change. It's students at risk, JIE, JL, JLC, and JLCC. The first line reads, during the COVID pandemic, the superintendent or principal, and we have added, with the approval of the superintendent, may revise or suspend provisions of policy to facilitate the provision of education to students at risk. So I'll make a motion that policies concerning students at risk be approved, so moved. With that amendment, so moved.
Second.
Heard the motion by Mrs. Dunn, seconded by Mr. Olympio. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Yes, thank you. Now, those are all for first reading this evening, and we will present them in the appropriate form at the next meeting for the second reading under our policy. The policies that are in that document that we requested to hold on because we wanted more information or we want to be able to work on those, we have a policy concerning attendance, which is filed JH. We're going to wait on that to work with Dr. Vidala on language for that. We also wanted to hold on policy concerning privacy of students, because we know we have policies in our book about privacy of students, but also of staff. As far as recordings, it got into a big discussion about being able to get this correct pursuant to our policy. So we're going to hold on that one. And we wanted to hold on the eligibility for participation in extracurricular activities, including sports, which is filed JJ. And if you can bear with me 1 minute. Okay, nope, that's it for tonight.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dunn. That was good. All right, so anything else you want to touch on before we break? I think we'll shift everything over to the agenda for next Tuesday, August 25th. Great meeting. I really feel that the way we debated this important issue was done very classy, professional, well argued and thoughtful way. So I really appreciate all of those efforts, and I think we still have a lot of work ahead of us. So we'll just keep working as a team to try to do the very best we can for our students and our residents and our teachers. So
The United States Congress could learn a lot from this community, seriously.
no, this is, I really am proud of, we come at things in different ways, everybody has their thoughts, but we really do debate in a very thoughtful and classy professional way, so I appreciate that. All right, so we'll break then, thank you very much.